Right. Good evening to members of the public, staff, and city council to our study session for Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. With that, our study session, we'll have comments at a special meeting are limited to items listed on the special meeting agenda. So as we do items 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3, I will have public comment at the end of presentations on each of those items. So to start us off, we have 2.1 Lobbyist Workshop with Spencer Street of Townsend Public Affairs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, good evening and welcome. We're very grateful for you to be here. We have a lot to go over. You all are familiar with Spencer. Mr. Street has been with Townsend Public Affairs here for maybe a couple years now and has worked very closely with staff. Council had asked that we invite Spencer to come and outline for you sort of the legislative process. He's going to do that. He's also going to update you on where we're at with the Women's Clubhouse in Union Pacific and share with you a concept that we have in terms of how to pursue perhaps one of the items that Councilmember Sagala had shared in the past related to funding for homelessness. With that, I'll turn it over to Spencer.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, community of Tulare. Spencer Street, Townsend Public Affairs. Briefly, we'll share an update on the progress we've made on the acquisition of Union Pacific properties for the Women's Clubhouse and the skate park. Both Reps Fong and Valadeo are supportive and they've offered to help get some language going. We have drafted a letter for Union Pacific Railroad of non-opposition, signaling that they are supportive of the process and they will be proceeding, working with both members of Congress. The properties are split on their district lines. One is in Rep Fong's district, one is in Rep Valadeo's district, just right across the street from each other. They've offered to be helpful and we'll get going once Congress reopens, but they're both supportive and helpful. Yes.
Which one's in? The clubhouse is in whose district?
I believe the clubhouse is in Rep Fong's district. The skate park is in CD 21 in Rep Valadeo's district. Okay, I'll look at the lines again, but yeah, they're right across. Yeah. Thank you. So briefly going over what we'll be discussing tonight, the legislative process, framing what we can anticipate in 2026, our partnership, and then partnerships with potentially other organizations and your members in the state legislature. I'll go briefly over the legislative calendar, putting together what we're anticipating for different deadlines and engagement with the legislature, going over the entire bill process. It's lengthy. It takes until the end of August. There are key deadlines we'll have to reach. And then also analyzing some of the current initiatives in the housing and homelessness space that some of the groups are already working on and your members in the state legislature are engaged on, then concluding with a discussion about some of my recommendations, what the city might want to do, and outlining a couple different options. I personally am not a fan of a lot of text on slides, so it'll be pretty minimal. I want this to be very conversational. If you have questions or suggestions, please feel free to interrupt or let me know. On January 5th, the legislature will resume session, coming back to kick off the second year of the two-year session. They will have until the end of January to dispense with the measures that were introduced this year that did not meet the September 13th deadline for bills passing out of the Senate or Assembly this year. So they have a truncated timeline for a very small number of bills before getting into bill introductions. Bill introduction deadline this year will be February 20th. That is the timeline for members of the legislature to introduce new measures. Yes.
Say legislature reconvenes January 5th. Do you mean 2025?
2026, my apologies. Yes. Yeah, so 2026, they'll be coming back and getting ready to go for introducing new measures. Then in March, between March and May, each house has to dispense with the measures introduced in that house. Assembly bills have until the end of May, I believe May 29th, to host policy committee hearings, fiscal committee hearings, and floor votes before sending the bills over to the Senate and vice versa, Senate to Assembly. And then from between June and the end of August, that's when end of session is going to be kicking off those last few weeks of August. for the final actions on each of those bills. And then the governor will have he will have a month to sign or veto bills sent to him during the end of session. Overall, the process could take the entire year. Right now, members of the legislature are soliciting bill ideas. Assemblymember Macedo has already sent out notices to the city asking for ideas on bills and on budget requests as well leading into next year. So staff are they're building out their lists of bill ideas for introductions when they come back in January. This is a great time to start socializing some of the ideas for introductions of bills. Some members wait until the deadline to introduce their bills. Some start introducing as early as January 5th when they come back. It all depends on their entire package. Members this year between the 2 years have a total of 35 bills that they can introduce. Some members have used more of that than others, but both some members, Macedo and Senator Hurtado, are in good shape for saving some bills for this session. This is also a good time to get bill language drafted by legislative council. Members of the legislature and their staff can go to Leg Council, ask for language. They can just go with an idea, something very simple. Leg Council comes back with formal bill language, and then we can start amending, making edits before final introduction before that February 20th deadline. This is also a good time to start working with committee staff that are going to be seeing a potential bill, getting their suggestions so that it's in the best shape possible before committees start hearing bills in February, March, and into April. Then in January and February, that's when we'll start introducing a bill. If the city's going to move forward, we'll work with Assemblymember Macedo, Senator Hurtado. If the city's sponsoring their own legislation or if we're partnering with another organization, that's when that bill will be introduced. Can start pressing things out, start drafting fact sheets, and getting bill or vote counts ahead of committee hearings. This is also the time when there's a 30-day buffer from when a bill is introduced to when it can be heard by a committee the first time. So we'll start seeing committee hearings in February and March, and then that's really when the meat and potatoes comes in. Committee hearings can run long. Committee hearings get scheduled between March and April and into May for policy votes. And then if the bill costs, or if a measure costs the state any funding, it has to go to an appropriations committee. The Senate or Assembly Appropriations Committee determines how much it could cost the state and then determines if it's worth the investment. And there's another set of lobbying, not just on the policy, not just on the policy merits of a bill, but whether that investment is worth it for the state. Something to note is the state is looking at another deficit, looking at structural deficits into 28-29 this coming year, looking at another about $13 to $16 billion deficit is what Department of Finance and Legislative Analyst Office are anticipating. Nonetheless, measures that cost the state funding still proceed. And we can also partner with the budget committees to supplement funding for a legislative proposal through the budget process as well. Then once a bill makes it through the committee process, it goes to the floor of the respective house where it was introduced. All 80 members of the Assembly or all 40 members of the Senate have a chance to vote on the bill with the recommendation from the committee that heard the actual proposal earlier in the session. Once the bill switches houses, the process is repeated. The Senate or Assembly gets the chance to provide their amendments, provide their feedback. Their members can suggest amendments. Stakeholder engagement continues. And usually that's about the time we start engaging with the governor's office as well, making sure that if it's going to cost the state funding, we're working with Department of Finance or we're working with the administrative agency that will be implementing the provisions of the sponsored bill. If there are policy considerations or fiscal considerations, we work with the governor's horseshoe on whether or not those can be addressed. Usually they are. We will continue to work with their office, making sure that once the bill if the bill makes it to the governor's desk, that he is aware of the measure and supportive of the policy as well. Current initiatives in the housing and homelessness space. This year, Senate Bill 131 created a round 7 of the HAP program, the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program. This funding traditionally goes through continuums of care, and we have heard that there have been some continuums of care are not as transparent with how that funding is allocated, and local governments have not had as easy of a time accessing some of that funding in previous rounds of HAP. So there is an initiative from Cal Cities to potentially open up that process for cities, specifically smaller cities. And there also has been a discussion in previous years of opening up funding for not just small cities, but big city adjacent cities. Larger cities sometimes receive a couple shots at the same bucket when a lot of the effort and the work is done by nearby smaller jurisdictions. So there is a decent amount of momentum in this space to get some funding to other jurisdictions that have not had as an easy of time accessing HAP funding.
So let's put a peg in that for just 1 second. So council, you recall a couple of years ago, Councilmember Sagala brought forward the request and idea of trying to get dedicated funding for cities like ours that have been successful and aggressive on dealing with homelessness issues. The first approach we took working with Spencer and other groups was to see if we could work towards carving out a piece of state cannabis related revenue. That was a no-go pretty early, right from the beginning. The next step we went through was talking to the agencies and the originators of the HAP funding to see if they could carve out money. And their response to us was, the formula's in place. It took a lot of time to put all that together, work with the county and the continuum of care, try to see if you can get money from them. And if you can't, come back to us and we'll discuss it. We've had a little success with the county. I'm grateful for what they've been able to do with us. They're providing some funding, obviously not really success with the continuum of care, which is the groups of the nonprofit organizations. So we continue to have that dialogue with Spencer about what other strategies does he believe could be gaining momentum. He works with a number of cities around the state and they were having similar questions and concerns. And so it felt like there was some momentum and coalition of cities saying, hey, we need to better understand what's happening with the funding with the continuum of cares. Hence, we've had several conversations with Spencer, his presentation tonight about this as a potential strategy that we might be able to sign on and try to see if that's another way to free up some dollars.
Exactly. There are a lot of like minds across the state that are having similar issues as the city of Tulare, and they want to see more transparency. They want to see more access and more engagement from not just the state, but counties and continuums of care. With the creation of HAP Round 7, the state intends to, with the release of HAP Round 7, the state intends to include some strings attached to receiving that for recipients receiving that funding, including having a compliant housing element, engaging in regional planning, not necessarily matching local funding with broader initiatives, but showing some skin in the game. And the city of Tulare has done exactly that. Would be a great example to show, yes, cities are engaged, cities are showing some skin in the game, and would like expanded eligibility for homeless assistance funding.
So I had a question along those lines, Spencer. So I'm glad, because I know that during the League of Cities, we just had one a couple of weeks ago. I am very fortunate to, over the years, have met a lot of folks who sit on different committees. A very good friend of mine, Teresa Acosta, will become the president this next year. And Dr. Thuso has been very involved from Dinuba. And we've been talking about this idea of how to carve out some money. And I guess what I'm trying to understand, I'm glad that it's being talked about, but would us having some legislative idea versus in conjunction with that work? I mean, I just wrote down some notes, and some of I've worked in the legislature for a number of years, so there's ways you can carve out legislation. So, for example, it has to be a city under 100,000. It has to be a city that got funding from the governor. It got a city that got funding from federal government. A city that's set aside local funding. To try to set aside some percentage. I mean, I'm throwing out the number 10%. That would be dedicated to these smaller cities for operational, because that's what we're missing. We're missing the operational part of it. And so, last year there was discussion that there would only be about $1 billion set aside for homeless. I think it's been more than that, multiple billion. I think I heard as high as 3 billion. So us asking for 10% set aside, it's from 100 million to 300 million statewide. And if you cap the grant at 5 million, that's only about 20 to 40 cities that would qualify, that, that are small cities. So I think that's something that, hopefully we get to have a conversation that maybe we continue with trying to get a sponsor for a bill like that, and then, or work with Cal Cities. Because I think the time is right for us to at least consider a legislative bill.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Point well taken. I think there are a couple options that we could look at, including, sponsoring legislation for the city, looking at something to expand funding, expand eligibility. The state is looking for local jurisdictions to show some skin in the game, and I think that that box is checked here. And another consideration chatted with Cal Cities about is a geographical, not necessarily geographical set aside, but looking at distributing that funding geographically as well, looking at different parts of the state as opposed to just Southern California, just the Bay Area, making sure that that distribution is a little bit more equitable. So my recommendation would be to pursue legislation. I will work with Assemblymember Macedo's office, Senator Hurtado's office on what their appetite is, and then also continuing my conversation with Cal Cities. They are still, last I talked to them, they were still in the process of forming what that would look like, but they're always looking for partner cities, having someone come up to testify, having local input, having more suggestions, and having a broader coalition as opposed to just Cal Cities, the entity, but having some more cities behind them. So I completely agree. Another option that I think is a good way to highlight the specific problems the city has had and to give credence to potentially future legislative action as well. And that's with a joint legislative audit committee audit request, working with either of your members to submit a request to the joint legislative audit committee requesting the state auditor look at how exactly this HAP funding has been allocated in the past, where it's going, how it's working. And once that, if it passes, once that information comes back, we can point to say, well, funding isn't going out as often as we would hope it would, or it's not going to a diverse group of, between cities, local governments, nonprofits, something that we might want to see changed a little bit. Often Joint Legislative Audit Committee, or JLAC for short, their audit requests give some fuel to future legislation as well.
Spencer, Cal Cities is a good source for pursuing this. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know, Thomas, you were appointed to a particular committee. Is there anything about your appointments that could advance what we're talking about here on behalf of the cities along the lines of what Councilmember Segala mentioned?
Yes, I'm on the Transportation Communications and Public Works Committee. So ultimately it'll be based on what types of bills are entered that we then respond to. Some of the public works ones sometimes have a nexus, but often land in other committees. I'll also plug that in your email, you have the legislative priorities survey from the league. If you haven't responded to that, that's something everyone should do. It doesn't have to be from just one person from the agency, and it has a low response rate. So we'll resend that out to you so it's back in your email queue.
Good.
As I said, Cal Cities, they're always looking for partners as well. It's something.
Maybe because I did receive that, I haven't responded, but maybe a suggestion from you, Jose, and Thomas on the manner in which to respond so that we hit the right points, or I hit the right points when I respond, would be helpful.
Another good avenue for the JLAC committee request is the timeline is more fluid. The committee meets only a couple times during the year at the discretion of the chair, but the process starts whenever we want to submit a JLAC request. The committee has it's half members from the Senate, half members from the Assembly. Last year, they had a number of oversight hearings as well as a couple policy committee hearings meeting to discuss a number of, I believe there were 13 to 15 JLAC audit requests submitted by members of the legislature. And then once approved, the state auditor moves forward and audits the requested entities either on a performance basis or on a financial basis. This, I believe, could hit a little bit of both, mostly on the financial side. With that, I am open to any suggestions, but I would recommend moving forward with, I will discuss with Senators Hurtado, Senator Macedo, what their appetite is for something something specific for the city, and then partnering with Cal Cities as well, and bringing you into the fray as well.
So I just wanted to check in with Mark. I know we talked about this briefly yesterday, but what do you envision the process? I know that the deadlines are there and in terms of if we were to sponsor bill, so do you plan on agendizing something more formal for us to make the decisions? Because there's a couple of other things that I wanted to bring up in terms of us considering as legislative proposals to our to Spencer and Townsend that, but it would take the council's signing off yes or no on it. So I'm just trying to get your idea what.
Yeah, I think a suggestion would be perhaps if you wanted to prepare a council agenda item with your list of items that you're interested in pursuing and send that to me. I can also share that with Spencer so he can weigh in on it and let you and I know which ones he thinks could carry, could have some movement behind them and which ones might be dead in the water, if any. And then we bring it to council and get some direction from them.
And what I can do is talk to your members of the legislature, just have them hold a spot in their package for something that the city might want to pursue.
Right. So what I'll do is I'll take a look at the timing and hopefully maybe in the first week of December, we can have it on the agenda to discuss, because there's another thing that I wanted to bring up, which will be part of that transmittal was, during the budget process, I and other council members and the mayor was there at the last meeting, very supportive of an effort here in Tulare County to recognize Japanese Americans that were housed in our assembly center here in the county fairgrounds. And, maybe a budget request to help, finish up that monument that they're looking to build as part of the new building that's being done at the fairgrounds. So as part of that, I'll submit a request for council to consider a couple $100,000 from the budget process to see if they can help finish that project. So
Perfect.
Aren't we represented some part of Tulare by Senator Shannon Grove also? You mentioned the two. Well, you mentioned Hurtado and Macedo.
Yes, they are more present in the community. They have been regularly engaging with us. Senator Grove is also on the last year of her term. I will, of course, work with her office as well, specifically on the budget. Oftentimes, members in their final year of their legislative career receive some extra funding for earmarks as well. So yes, absolutely.
So she's in the final year of her 12 years? Is
Yes.
that correct? Boy, time goes by. Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
no kidding.
Yeah. Combination.
Absolutely. This has been very helpful. Gives me some direction working with your members. But I will continue to engage with you as well and Mark and the rest of the council on what you'd like to see, how that process moves. Starting in December is a great timeline, gives us some leeway for that end of February deadline, and then also gives you some timelines to make formal adoptions, take formal positions as well.
So is the timeline for advocacy at the federal level, which is what the Women's Clubhouse will be, does that follow the same January, February? No.
No, in Congress, you can introduce a bill at any time.
Okay. Thank
Not necessarily. Don't they have to be in session to be able to introduce a bill as far as the House is concerned?
Yes,
And
and
the
they,
federal government not closed? I've heard that
Exactly.
rumor.
yes, that is, yes. So once they come back, they will, they're working on getting the language ready for a bill introduction. Working with both Fong and Valadeo's teams. They're looking at the language from the Nunez bill from several years ago to make sure that that's all ready to go for an introduction. But as far as deadlines throughout the year, it's mostly up to the committee's calendaring the bills once the bills are introduced.
I apologize. I can't help myself
Nope.
sometimes.
Sometimes.
No, absolutely. Thank you for the correction.
All right. So we have a schedule in front of us. We have some action items that'll come back, and it looks like this conversation will be back in front of us in possibly the first week of December. So with request and other action updates. Okay.
Perfect. And I can prepare letters with something more formal for the city to adopt once those measures are introduced, and your legislators need something formal from the city as well. I'll keep in touch with them.
So, Mr. Mayor, real quick, Spencer, would you have the access to the HAP funds in terms of like what has come in and where it's gone? I mean, is that something you guys can provide, like for the December meeting? I'm just curious, because the JLAC process, I think is good, but I just see it a little more like they'll take it the wrong way. If JLAC shows up at the door and let us see all your books. Whereas I'm curious to see how much money and how it's been dispersed, because I've gone online to try to research it, but it's not as transparent as I think it could be. So maybe in the December meeting, if we, we're able to do that, you come back and say, well, they were allocated $30 million in this year and they spend it this way. So I don't know if that's something guys can do some research on that.
I could track down the funding that the state has distributed,
Right.
but when it comes to the continuums of care, that's why I brought up the JLAC request. It's something that, like you said, it's not as transparent, it's harder to get out of, and it's, I believe, continuums of care under the federal government. And so it's a little bit, it's more opaque.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else, Mark? All right, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Council, the next item will be the Inyo corridor, and what Thomas is going to do is sort of walk you through sort of where we're at with the project, thoughts we've had, observations we've made. He's going to walk you through sort of steps and things we might want to consider. You certainly can ask questions, do whatever you want, ask questions, give us direction if you want, but really our current thinking is this is an introduction to kind of remind you about the project and where we're at with it and what needs to be done over time. Our current thinking is we would probably bring it back to you at a future date after you have a chance to absorb it tonight and think about it. And Spencer, Thomas will walk you through some of that. So we didn't want you to feel like there's a bunch of pressure on you to have to make big decisions tonight. So Thomas.
Thank you. I've never used this clicker before. I've just seen other people struggle with it. So I'm very excited to see how bad I can do. Oh, there we go. So kind of teeing off from what Mark said, we're going to go over kind of the project area, some things that have led up to where we're at today, and then do some current conditions, and then throw out some initial ideas from staff. And again, feel free to interrupt and dialogue whenever you like. For the purpose of this project area, I really divided it into these three sections where they've got unique characteristics, starting from the railroad to East Street to West, and then west out to the city limits. You see that here. I know this is a very urban planner looking map, but you see Inyo here between West and the railroad. And so that first segment from the railroad to East Street really mirrors the traditional street grid of the downtown in terms of widths of the block, alleys, and so on. Once you get further west, that grid is there somewhat. There's still some alleys. You start to see different lot sizes, both on the Inyo facings as well as on the north-south streets. And then in some locations, you start to lose the geometry of the street grid and have some challenging intersection approaches. And then as you get further west, you see further incomplete development and some piecemeal mixes of residential as we grow westward and meet rural residential lots and some other industrial and commercial uses. But it does have finally some larger areas of Inyo Street frontages available. Next, I wanted to go over some prior documents that have addressed the Inyo corridor. And so those include the year 2000 West Inyo Master Plan, our current general plan, work that Caltrans had done in 2022, some of Josh's work before I got here, and then the work that Jennifer had showed you just a couple months ago. The West Inyo Master Plan was interesting in terms of some of their recommendations that included residential acquisitions to expand the Inyo-facing properties, cul-de-sacing some of the streets, and some other stuff that, in my opinion, are some outdated planning styles. Not much kind of use with those, but it was interesting to see kind of their thought process nonetheless. 2022, Caltrans came to council and presented a conceptual plan that included bike lanes on the streetscape as well as roundabouts. And then just a reminder from what Jennifer had showed us a while ago, our planning horizon for housing on the west side of Tulare right now is showing almost 1,500 units in some phase of pre-entitlement or entitlement. Currently, there's limited demand for the retail there based on the consultant's assessment. But these additional residential units will change that to make it more appealing for development. But there's some things that we may need to do to help identify developable and desirable parcels and encourage those property owners to actively pursue development. Anything we're doing along the Inyo corridor is covered by a number of general plan policies and goals. And so this is just kind of my brain dump of all of those as we go through to confirm they line up with that. And then I wanted to take you on a little drive and kind of show some of the things that you encounter in the built environment, both in the public realm and the private realm. One of the things that I mentioned are varied parcel sizes. And when you look at even a relatively small development like Dollar General, and what that may take to facilitate in other locations on Inyo, that may be acquiring anywhere between 2 and 5 properties to get that mix. And then it's finding those properties because you do have a mix of vacant lots, residential and commercial, all facing Inyo. Another thing that you see is inconsistent parking and site access. So this shopping center at B in Inyo has ample off-site parking, is much further set back than some of the other buildings. And one of the other things that you notice here is what I call kind of confusion between the public realm and the private realm. You can't really tell here, but visually, where the sidewalk starts, where the city landscape would be versus what is the private property line. Another thing that you see is you see minimal buffering between adjacent residential properties from commercial or industrial uses, and a lot of variations in terms of code violation and the upkeep of the sites. This is kind of like Highlights magazine at the dentist office. If you look at it long enough, how many code violations can you find? And so these are some of the things that you see at the property along Inyo and on the side streets. Another thing is there's an incomplete mix of businesses to serve the neighborhood needs, but you may have a lot of other businesses. So there's currently between K Street and West, there are 4 gas stations in that stretch, and numerous automotive type uses, a Dollar General, but not all of the types of goods and services that you need for a corridor to be a true neighborhood anchor or mini Main Street. But then you have some nice stuff. And this is a great one. The multifamily here at the northeast corner of H in Inyo, if you get a chance, when you look at that on Google Street View from a couple years ago, it's unrecognizable in terms of the investment the property owner put into that single-family home that was converted to multifamily. And then you have some newer apartments there as well at Sacramento and Inyo. Another thing that you see along the corridor is varying levels of on-street parking. Whether the parking is there or not there, none of it is marked. Some of it you have to have a certain element of bravery in order to use, and wonder whether or not you're really supposed to park there. And also based on how the Inyo corridor developed, some of the properties, as you saw earlier, have off-site parking, and then some of the properties have none. The other thing that this one, shows, you've got inconsistent street lighting. There's 2 TCRTA routes that are served along this corridor, and you don't have a welcoming environment to linger or seek shade from the elements in the summer, or that kind of thing. And again, in this location where the setback is very close to the right of way, even when you're on the sidewalk, you feel like you're standing in the middle of the street. This is at H and Inyo. You can see it's more of a suburban style residential development now, where you've got a parking lot facing the street. As you look along the streetscape, you've got varying sidewalk widths and materials, a lack of crosswalks, incomplete ADA path of travel, incomplete safe routes to school. And there's where the transit stops are, there's no amenities. And then you can see kind of in the background there, if you're a pedestrian on the sidewalk, you're also going to be navigating the various Edison poles that are set in the sidewalk. Another challenge that you see with some of these sites is a permissive allowance of curb cuts. And what I mean by that is a lot of the parcels, whether they're on the corner or mid-block, were allowed to take access from Inyo as opposed to a side street or utilizing an alley or a shared driveway. And so you have these situations when you're a pedestrian where, because there's no setback between the sidewalk or requirement of a landscape buffer and all of these curb cuts, you're a pedestrian on a sidewalk dodging cars and feeling like you are walking in the middle of the parking lot. So that was just kind of a drive through the neighborhood of kind of some of the challenges you see as you look at developing not only a complete street, but also creating a built environment in the public realm that helps businesses, brokers, other folks see the opportunity for development in the neighborhood. So some stakeholders and challenges that we have with kind of bringing folks together to understand what they would want to see the corridor look like. There's not a formal business association or a PBID for that corridor. In some cities like this, they have pursued PBIDs for that type of activity to help advance just their particular corridor. There's a fair mix when you look at our parcel data of local, that we know the business is here, but we see the property owner is out of town. If we were to get the community together to talk about what this looks like, I wanted to, just highlight some of the key stakeholders, from the chamber to the number of churches along the corridor. The city school district has a property along the corridor. I mentioned the TCRTA stops, and most importantly, this is Caltrans right of way. So as we really look at anything we want to do in the public realm, it's immediately going to be a conversation with Caltrans. And depending on how that results, it may also mean coordination with the railroad. And as you saw from those photos, some of the things that you see in the private property that the city could potentially regulate or manage differently: the vacant lots, the vacant buildings, a lot of sign ordinance violations, and kind of other visual blight issues. I know the land use piece has been handled because Manny's team has been actively doing business license enforcement. And then you've got the typical issues with alley upkeep and so on. So now I want to get into, well, what might this look like in both the near and medium term and then the long term? And so some initial thoughts from staff would be to have an RFQ out for a consultant to really help us with community engagement and coming up and working with Caltrans and the community on what they see a future for this corridor looking like, and how you can incorporate community identifiers and really create these places that people feel like this is their neighborhood. Just like someone says, I live in Del Lago, someone can say, I live along Inyo, just like I live in the Tower District or something like that. And help us kind of vet a framework for incentives or other programs to help businesses be successful along this corridor. Expand further on the initial economic work that Jennifer and her consultant had done. And all of this is really teeing us up for being highly competitive on grant applications by showing that we've done the legwork on our own. We have some skin in the game, and we've got the data to show that this is the kind of project that can be successful. There's some other things that we could be doing as it relates to refinements to the vacant building ordinance. Tulare currently doesn't have a tobacco retailer licensing ordinance or a smoke shop ordinance. Some cities have used that to help more tightly control those uses. And then there's also things that cities have done relative to their sign ordinance to change the visual curb appeal of their streetscape. Some of the things that we see in terms of the grant kind of outlook is will be complete. You know, Mario presented last meeting the active transportation plan. When that is adopted, that's a big check mark for grant applications in terms of having that planning document done. Obviously, coordinating with the Townsend team. Caltrans has their Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program, their ATP grant program, DOT's Safe Streets for All, and then you've got the NEA, CalArts, and others that can have grant programs for streetscape and public art and those types of placemaking things. And then, of course, it's also taking a look at our businesses and kind of mirroring what the TASTE program. Staff took a look at what would it be like if there was a grant program for the businesses along the Inyo corridor that again focused on capital improvements. And so this is just a concept of what a grant program might look like that could help with facade improvement, ADA accessibility, conservation, meaning energy efficiency, so HVAC units, windows, roofs, you know, insulation, things that touch Title 24, and then equipment, you know, permanent type furniture, fixtures, and equipment that can benefit the building in the medium term. And then in terms of a long-term recommendation, it's really going to be the future planning documents. And so that can be when our general plan is updated next, looking at a mixed use overlay for this zone that can facilitate a lot more activity at a much easier lift for the developer than our current general plan and zoning ordinance. Looking at parking minimums, potentially doing an incentive zone or infill impact fee waivers for properties that are true new infill development. And then also potentially going off of the active transportation plan to adopt Vision Zero plans and safe routes to school plans. So that was a lot of information, kind of next steps. Again, any comments or questions today, any direction you'd like to give, when you'd like to hear back from staff again, but also we'll be reaching out if you want to have one-on-one meetings with staff and we can go through this in more detail, collect feedback then as well. And with that, boss, if you have anything to add?
I think the only other thing I would add would be, and thank you, Thomas, for that, is council recognized there are some differences, obviously, in this corridor versus downtown redevelopment, right? So downtown redevelopment, what's similar is we're talking about businesses. And then by extension, we also, when we think about an area, we think about the residential that supports that. But downtowns are typically more destination oriented, right? And ultimately you work to try to make them more pedestrian oriented, experiential retail uses, entertainment uses, et cetera. This is corridor development, and there are some similarities. You could still make it pedestrian oriented, but in corridor development, usually corridors are intended to be, especially on a Caltrans controlled corridor. Caltrans focus is moving vehicles through a corridor, right? And we're talking about placemaking. How do we take a corridor that has a history to it, that has been important in the community from a commerce perspective, that still maintains an importance, but has been seeing decline? How do we reverse that? And what tools do we apply, which may in some cases be similar to what we're doing downtown, but may be very different? And I would say, even though we had a corridor study done some time ago, I think that there's new thought, more research that has been done in the past decade in terms of how do you successfully do corridor redevelopment. And it might make sense for us, as Thomas talked about, in all of these different steps, to, we could implement and mirror some of the things we've done downtown, but I think there's other techniques and other tools we might need to develop for that corridor, and it might help us bring an expert consultant that has done a lot of corridor redevelopment work on board to talk with them as well. So just food for thought.
I have some comments too, but we'll let council members, any other comments? Oh, okay. So, it's good to have thank you for the presentation and walking through this and seeing the comments with Inyo Avenue. Growing up in town, as many of us have, and many have that history there of the Inyo corridor, it is an important place and a very specific corridor for, Southwest Tulare. And I think to touch on is I was on the redevelopment board when it did the Inyo corridor master plan back, what was mentioned in the early 2000s. But there's also good things that I find interesting about Inyo, which is it's a 4-lane road, which we aren't able to get in a lot of places. And I see a lot of other reports where we'd love to get to a 4-lane road, and Inyo has a lot of space, 4-lane highway. I don't see backed up traffic. I don't see intersections backed up 3 and 4 blocks and others. There's a lot of road space, which is fantastic. That seems that Inyo has a way better element to it than Bardsley does. And I see elements of discussing what we want Inyo, its hardships, but we can't get Bardsley to with its future development. So I see a post and pre of which way is that going to happen? But I see the positives with Inyo. The part that I endorse, and I think what's mentioned here a little bit was, and the only reason why I say that is I think the presentation touched on a lot of the negative points, but it's really, I think, a focus of what works for Inyo. It's small lots, it's small stores, it is new apartments, places that work, more lighting, the general plan, notations that were laid out, improved sidewalks, and perhaps a grant program that goes with that, landscape grants that work with property owners to do that. I will say one thing about Inyo is on the north side, you have a full sidewalk strip, wide or narrow, that goes the whole corridor of Inyo. And I go over Inyo, it's older, it's there, but there's also a culture that's Inyo and the Inyo corridor. And if you're there, I think in highlighting, and I just want to add to it, it's highlighting what works over there. And I don't think, me personally, I'm just speaking from Patrick's opinion, but the mayor and caring about the community, I don't see necessarily a master plan that goes towards gentrification. And I don't see Inyo in comparison of getting it to a prosperity avenue. but go with the developments that were there. And I think that was what was missed about redevelopment was it didn't really get to execute of that small lot development area. It was trying, I think, to take redevelopment and look as a downtown or trying to look as a major commercial index, and that's just wasn't there. And even though a lot of the things over 50, 40 years that haven't been done to Inyo, yet it survives.
Mhm.
It hasn't had downtown master plans and downtown incentive programs like others, but Inyo survives. And I think that that speaks to that. And I appreciate, Mark, the way you touched on it's a corridor. And how can we accent and I think work with the corridor compared to necessarily restructuring it, redeveloping it, or giving it a different image as other areas of the community. And I just love that element of, I get optimistic of some small grants here, some small improvements there. There was discussion in the past of working with the state on the corridor for sidewalk lanes and other sidewalks and bicycle lanes improvements. So I liked what you said, Thomas, the general plan notification. I just endorse, I think that's where it's at. It's a corridor where I think a little bit can get us a long way. And different businesses have come in and put in steel businesses, the small shops. That's what you like about Inyo. You go over to the small market, you got Bart, Bart's a little bit to the south. And as you touched on. So I like that because I think Inyo has a history that you touched on, and I don't want to repeat myself. Us finding some of those niches rather than the big sledgehammer or the big improvements, some of those niches I think we got that are very workable within Inyo because we don't have to worry about it getting to 4-lane. We don't have hodgepodge of improved different stuff. It has all of that, and look forward to what we can do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think those are great comments, and I do agree with you on many of your points in regards to it being a corridor that has sort of a fixed landscape. I think that one particular slide where you show the usage land around corridor is very limited. And I think that's one of the things that has always been an issue. I mean, you cannot bring a McDonald's or a Burger King or an In-N-Out or any type of thing because there's no space along Inyo unless you're going to dip into the residential housing, which that would create its own havoc and issue. But I think there's ways to create landscape. There's ways to incentivize existing business, to support them, to continue to provide, because Inyo, we talk about it a corridor, but it is also a practical, type of area where, the folks that may not be able to go all the way across to, town to the markets, you got a couple of little small markets in that area that provide a key service for the folks that, don't have accessibility to cars, right? And then there's a lot of, Mario will tell us there's probably at least a dozen food trucks between the railroad and west along that corridor or around that corridor. So it provides a service, but what can we do to address some of the needs? I was talking to Councilmember Sayer on my way in, and I talked to the city manager about the idea. I've been asking, for this kind of presentation for some time, and I appreciate staff coming back. And, as I think about it, the Inyo corridor is just one entryway, I mean, literally into the west side, that there are other pockets of the west side, whether it's the development on Ian Barsley, or whether it's west going north up toward Prosperity and West. So there's other pockets where some development could occur. And the reason why it can occur is because there's land. I've asked, and I hope that we incorporate the request to us for council to consider annexing and rezoning southwest Barsley and West, for some potential commercial property, because that's what's lacking, the space. East of Mooney, you got plenty of space to do a lot of things. On the west side, we're landlocked. So whatever ways that we could look at to see what we can do to improve those businesses, make it a destination for maybe certain types of things that people would want to go get from the city. But I also wanted to add for Thomas in his in the work you're doing, also the safety element. you're playing Frogger with your life right off of Pratt and Inyo. If you want to run across the street, there's no stop sign. There's only one stop sign, one street signal between the railroad and West. And so, if people want to go across the street, you got to pray Frogger. And there's been plenty of accidents there where I've heard people getting run over. Right now, as some of you know, I had been working with the previous school board member in that area to try to bring some safety issues to Inyo and Howard, to try to bring a pedestrian crosswalk that would help children get across the street. And because it is a state highway, it's a little more bureaucratic to address than if it was a city street. So hoping you can kind of add the safety element as part of what we're talking about. But I look forward to, continue conversations. I have been talking to a lot of businesses on the west side lately, the last couple of months, about the idea of some grants and funding that the city can help to provide to help spruce up the neighborhood. And I think I would ask, maybe the city manager give me some guidance. Maybe I do have to turn in another agenda item request, but I would like to ask council, if we would consider doing an ad hoc committee, working with staff, that I definitely would want to participate, and I would, venture to say Councilwoman Sayre would maybe also be interested, where we continue to explore these items and then bring them back to council in future dates when there's more to present. So, I don't know if that would be something that you would want me to do an agenda item, or is something we can come to consensus that we create an ad hoc committee to continue to have these conversations.
I appreciate the details actually in this report. I think there are a number of next steps that I've heard concerns around from the constituents in my district on the west side that have talked about, particularly the tobacco retail licensing. That is a concern that several of the store owners are concerned about. So I was really happy to see that. And also the point that we are just one of many partners that can be working on this project. You brought up the chamber, the school district, the transit, the railroad, all of these that can come together as we work on further details on how this can come to fruition. I think your recommendation of hiring a consultant that's familiar with this kind of work would be the next step. And then from that, perhaps we would go further, because that would involve the engagement of the community as well, all those things that Thomas listed. I took a lot of notes on what he said as conditions that make it difficult. And also, I love the fact that we talked about it's already a 4-lane highway, and there are good things about it as well. So I think that we have a plan right here. If we just go ahead and get the information we need from a consultant, that would allow us then to maybe pick those things that we can move forward going long-term. Well, how do we get this to be a pleasant, attractive corridor, bringing people through our city that is safe and conducive to businesses, small businesses?
The only comments I would make is the private sector has to do a lot of the development. The disagreement I'd have is that indicating that there's a west side, east side thing to this. That isn't something the city drives. The west side is not landlocked. I mean, you have West and Prosperity. There's a great commercial area right there that for years has not been developed. Along the corridor, as you go further west, there's areas where development can take place. But I think your comment was on the west side. But in the corridor, the reason there aren't particular areas to have further development is because of what the mayor indicated. There's a historical development of Inyo. I can remember that when I was growing up. One of the best hamburger places in town was right in there. And Monty's was there. I remember that. Everybody remembers. So Inyo's always had that on the west side. And we can't change the economic, we can incentivize and we can try to make it attractive, but ultimately the private sector has to decide what they want to invest in and what they don't. But I agree with what's said, but I don't like it when we paint this as something of the west side versus the east side. This is the Tulare community that we're trying to promote under the circumstances.
Anything to add?
The only comment I would have was, I worked on this project back in the nineties. Some of it Thomas mentioned, and we thought we had a pretty good plan back then, but where we hit the roadblock was that the property owners just they didn't want to buy into it. They didn't want to be involved in it. Hopefully that's changed. And we can get more cooperation this time around to bring it up to what it used to be, like when Councilman Medeiros was in that area, and I grew up in that area. That was a great place to be around when I was a kid. Maybe we can get somewhere back to that position again.
So
I didn't mention the P-bid concept. I mean, that'd be perfect for this area. The property owners themselves have to take the initiative, as the vice mayor indicated, if there's truly a desire of those property owners to upgrade what they have on the Inyo corridor, then they need to invest themselves in that property.
just with time, and I think the summary of it is, I think to Thomas and Mark, we'd like to have this back in front of us in the future. And I think some of the comments and suggestions, and there was some nuts and bolts pieces in there of, I think what everybody provided does, I think it gives a snapshot of our interest in different ways. And so is that meaningful to you, and kind of one that there's interest? I think altogether keep this in front of us as we move forward. And then as you filter out some of the decision points, you'll come back to us with that. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, we'll get this refined down to something so that and get your take at this one last time to see if we were to put out an RFP for some consulting assistance, that we're all on the same page with what that scope looks like.
Yeah, I like the acronym for FACE. I picked up on that right away. I love acronyms. It's like kind of like a facelift, right? I could use one of those. So facades.
I thought it was like, hey, Visalia, in your face.
Oh.
Look what we're doing. I read it a totally different way. I'm
Yeah, did you? I
sorry.
thought facelift. That tells you the difference here. But the facades, the accessibility, the conservation, the equipment, I like that. I mean, those are concrete things we could address about the whatever it is, the facelift or the look by Saudi. Look what we've done. Yeah, so I think I like that. It kind of consolidates what we might focus on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Real quick, as I said before, and I didn't, is there also hearing this in your corridor discussion? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to make comments? I mean, do we have anybody on the phone by chance that has called in? Okay. So with that,
We have to come up to the.
yeah, good evening. If you'd like to make a comment, we'd appreciate you coming up to the microphone, if that's possible for you.
We have to have your voice on the record.
And that it was a lot, but very well.
Can you come up to the microphone?
Okay. No, I think overall you said your appreciation towards the different inputs and discussion towards the Inyo Corridor. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. If you would, perhaps during the break, when it's comfortable for you, if you wouldn't mind providing your name and information to the clerk, so we have that, that'd be appreciated. All right. I would like us to have at least an 8-minute break if we can, and then we'll come back at 6:15 and roll into our 2.3, our next presentation.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, Good evening. We are returning from our break and we'll continue on with 2.3 Entertainment District Workshop. Mr. Mondell?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So the last item we have for your work session is an update on the entertainment district. I want to provide some background as a reminder. So you'll recall this is a concept that management introduced to you. We're constantly looking for opportunities and ways to differentiate ourselves from other communities, to bring additional revenue and additional services and benefits into our community, jobs for our citizens. And so this is a concept that I have some familiarity with. I've mentioned previously some things I've worked on like this. We hired an expert consultant, Invictus Advisors, who have worked on projects like this around the country. In the big picture, we've brought to you, over the last 4 years, what I refer to as sort of phase one projects, or the first wave of projects. And those were the big five, the downtown redevelopment things we're doing, Zumwalt Park, the homeless shelter. And I think about the homeless shelter from an economic development perspective, frankly, as well. And, the business incubator, et cetera. And those were projects that I think in some ways they're big for the community and they were important projects, no doubt about it, but they were more simple than some of the projects we're going to be bringing to you now. And that is because we controlled all the land and we had the funds and we were the only decision maker. The projects that we're bringing to you now, this one and the next few over the next several work sessions before the end of the year, are projects that are much larger. They have a much larger capital cost associated with them. They'll have potentially multiple property owners, multiple business partnerships that would have to be entered into. It would take many years to develop. Could generate tremendous amount more revenue for the city. In some ways, arguably, it maybe has more risk, but we always work hard to compartmentalize that risk. And so just, I want to remind you that we've introduced this project previously. Victus Advisors and Brian Connolly, their CEO, presented the phase one analysis before, which phase one basically said, look, where have other entertainment districts that maybe would be sort of right sized for our community? Where have they happened? What were the demographics of those communities? And do those types of same demographics match up with what we are, in our community? And the answer to that was yes. Like, we think an entertainment district could work here if we just compare ourselves to other similar communities around the country. And what would be sort of the components and what type of revenue could it generate and how much land would it need to take to work, et cetera. So phase one studies checkbox. Yes. Let's move to phase two. Phase two is, remember, in order to do this project, we're going to have to offer some incentives. And one of the incentives that we could offer would be to develop an indoor sports and recreation facility. Why would that be an incentive to the entertainment district? Because the developer that we would bring on board needs to try to attract major destination type retailers and service hospitality type industry providers. And in order for them to be interested in our community, they're going to want to make sure there's an inflow of people coming in. So if we had an indoor sports recreation facility that hosted tournaments, those tournaments would attract a lot of people to the community. Those people would then go and, patronize those retailers and help us attract those major retailers to the community. You'll also recall that in our Parks and Master Plan, we identified one of the major projects that the citizens wanted to see was an indoor sports and recreation facility. So I mentioned to you previously, cities typically the way they do those projects is they identify a park somewhere, they build an indoor rec facility. It only benefits the citizens only. It's paid, all the capital cost is paid by the city. So, $30 million up front, the city finds money, the way to fund that facility. We own all the operational and maintenance costs associated with it. And when I say only benefits the citizens, I don't mean to demean that. I think that's a great thing, but it's only used by our citizens, right? So what we're talking about here is the opportunity to build a similar facility as an anchor tenant in the entertainment district as a means to attract people to our community. So not only can our citizens use that facility during the week, let's say, but it also could be used by other individuals for tournaments at a different period of time, let's say weekends. And they're bringing money to our community. And our consultant, Brian Connolly, is going to talk to you about a way we might be able to fund it where we're not really just using our dollars, we're actually using other people's money to fund the construction of the facility. And hopefully those tournament teams are helping to pay some of that operating cost, right? So he's going to walk you through this analysis. Now, there's a lot more to talk about with that. We've put on your desk a couple of potential RFPs. I want you to think about the three things I'm really looking for from you tonight are just basic nod heads, like directionally saying, yes, let's work towards issuing the RFP. I'm not ready to issue it right away, but an RFP to seek a master developer. We've given you the draft of it. I want you to have time to review it, give us your comments. We could bring it back in the future, but I just need some basic guidance and direction to say, yeah, we want to move in the direction of issuing an RFP. That's one. The second thing is I need direction from you on where it would be located. We're going to show you in a minute a map. There's two potential sites. You remember from phase one study, either by Cartmill and the outlets or over by the Ag Center. We're recommending by the Ag Center, and we'll go into the why later. And so that's another thing we're looking for. And then three, that we would include the indoor facility as part of the RFP. You're not necessarily deciding you're going to build it tonight by putting it in the RFP, but we're signaling to the private sector that is our intention. We want to move in that direction. If we don't get any proposals from the developer, there's no need to build the indoor facility. If we get great proposals and you love them, then we get into the weeds on, okay, how are we going to build the facility? How's it going to be funded? Who's going to operate it? That's why you see the second RFP, which is, or well, really, it's one is an RFQ, but the other one is to seek proposals from potential operators for this facility so they can consult and guide us in that design process. So that's really what I wanted to go over tonight. Brian's going to outline some additional steps. Unless there's any questions for me, I'm going to turn it over at this point to Brian.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay.
That was a really good summary. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yep. If you can make it full screen. There you go.
All right, perfect. Well, thanks for letting me join you this evening. As Mark said, I previously presented to council in March of 2025, earlier this year, and I presented a feasibility study for a potential entertainment district in Tulare. Since then, we've worked on a couple other items. As Mark mentioned, we put together a feasibility analysis for a potential indoor sports center that could serve as a visitation driver and anchor for an entertainment district. We also conducted a series of interviews with potential entertainment district developers from not only California, but also several other developers around the country. We reached out to our network of developers to try to identify groups that do have experience building and developing these mixed use districts and or experience with public private partnership development. And then lastly, we put together some recommended next steps should the city determine that they want to keep moving forward with exploring this entertainment district project. So for the first section, I'm just going to give you a quick summary of the feasibility analysis around the indoor sports center. To start off, we identified about 6 facilities that we view as comparable indoor sports centers. The 6 that we identified are the ones that we believe are the most successful when it comes to generating sports tourism. So sports tourism is really a fancy word for youth and amateur sports tournaments. They typically happen over multi-day periods throughout the calendar year, often on weekends, 3-day weekends, and during summer holidays, things like that. The 6 we identified, on average, they have about 11 basketball courts, and which can be converted to approximately 14 volleyball courts. They average a little over 100,000 square feet, and at a minimum, we find that most sports tourism caliber sports centers typically have at least 6 to 8 courts. And as you go from 8 to 10 or 12, you can bring in larger tournaments. In terms of operations, all 6 of these are managed by a private operator. It's a mix of publicly owned and privately owned facilities, but they're all managed by private operators, and I'll explain that in just a moment. And then on top of that, you'll also note that many of these facilities that are economic driver, visitation driver type facilities also are able to attract sponsorship and naming rights deals, which adds additional revenue for the facility, credibility for the venue in the market, and additional marketing exposure as well, because the sponsor is invested in promoting the facility as well. To talk a little bit more about the operator piece, as Mark said, the recommendation is to include city responsibility for the anchor venue as a driver for the entertainment district development that shows the commitment of the city to helping support this type of public-private partnership. So when a public venue or when a venue like this is owned by the public sector, you basically have the option of saying, we can operate it ourselves. The city can create a staff that, and sometimes a department, or house it in Parks and Rec, and operate it as a city, or the city has the option of doing contract management with a private entity. So in this case, what we're recommending is that the city, if they move forward with this project, should strongly consider partnering with a professional operating firm. And there's several reasons why. If the goal is to maximize revenue, operate as efficiently as possible, and drive economic impact through regional, even national tournament events, a private operator can be responsible for a number of different tasks. Unlike a rec center where you typically have public management that is scanning passes at the door and keeping it clean. There's a lot more that goes into operating a successful sports event center. So a qualified operator, and there's a number of groups around the country that we have relationships with that are more than capable of running a facility like this. They'll provide, first and foremost, high quality sports programming for locals. They can create their own programming that is accessible to locals. That they often will also rent out space in the facility around their own programming to local club teams for practices, games, clinics, camps, things like that. So the community engagement locally is the pillar of this. They also have the industry knowledge and sports business networks that can attract the right tournaments and events to Tulare. And those can generate substantial economic impact through hotel stays related to multi-day tournaments. Families are often driving in for these events, staying 1 or 2 nights, driving from within 5, 6, 7 hours. The traffic that those teams and family members, in terms of putting feet on the ground around the event, drives traffic to restaurants and retail, and can help support all of those things: hotel and entertainment and retail. There's also an opportunity, depending on the way that the city would structure the engagement with a private operator, to do what we call a fee plus incentive structure. So that really ties the operator's compensation to certain performance metrics that you want to incentivize. So you can incentivize them to generate revenue for the facility. You can incentivize them to generate sports tournament bookings, room night impact, and that's something we can talk about if you decide to move forward with some of these RFPs. Lastly, hiring a private operator reduces the city's financial and administrative burden while putting the best foot forward for the facility and the city as a premier destination for these types of events. These are our projections for a 8 hardwood basketball court facility. Typically, 8 courts for basketball can also be converted to up to 16 volleyball or 24 pickleball courts, depending on how you configure them and overlay them. The goal typically is to have local usage for basketball, volleyball, pickleball, other indoor sports. You can do senior programs during the day. You can do camps and clinics for youth during the summer. Primarily, the majority of the local activity is going to be your Monday through Friday activity, and then the goal of these types of sports tourism caliber venues is that on the weekends they can bring in outside events. That doesn't mean that locals won't have access, and in fact, quite the opposite. Right now, your local sports groups, if they want to take part in tournaments, have to leave. Indoor sports groups have to leave Tulare and take part almost all of their events in other cities or within a 5 to 7 hour drive time range. So the more events that you can actually host here enables your local groups to stay home more often, as well as attracts the economic impact from other visiting teams. So we're assuming that this facility, overall, we believe that it could attract up to 30 annual tournaments, mostly weekends. The goal is to average about two days per tournament, which guarantees at least one overnight, sometimes more from the attending families. And we've projected about 600,000, up almost 600,000 annual visits. And so again, the goal is that a facility like this can put those 600,000 pairs of feet on the ground throughout the year, and that the 30 tournament events in particular can bring in outside visitors in significant numbers. We have estimated, actually, if I go back real quick, about 40% of that usage is sports tournament rentals. So we're projecting between over 250,000 annual visits from people coming from outside of Tulare County. This is a pro forma we put together for the facility. A lot of these facilities across the country that are really sports tourism focused are owned by a city or a county, but managed by a private operator. And for a lot of those facilities, the goal is, number one, to drive economic impact. So the first goal is that the facility operators go out and attract tournaments, use their network and relationships to bring in basketball, volleyball, pickleball, cheer, all these different indoor sports tournament activities that are going to drive economic impact. And then the secondary goal is to achieve that while also providing local programming in terms of leagues and camps and things like that, and manage it in such a way that the goal of the facility is that it breaks even operationally. And so that's kind of the ideal for a lot of these facilities, is that the public ownership allows you to sustain operations, allows you to focus the goals on economic impact. It allows you to also not have to allocate significant resources to building out your own department or marketing to these types of events. With the goal is that it's self-sustaining from that regard. The other reason the public ownership is beneficial is, even if it is, roughly break even, by having public ownership, the city can look at how to reinvest in capital improvements, capital maintenance, over a 30-year period, ideally, so that you're keeping the facility fresh and updated and new and not having any deferred maintenance.
Brian, I've got a quick question, if I
Yep.
could, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. Obviously, you're talking about different types of sporting events. I assume gymnastics, which is used on an indoor facility like this,
Yep.
would also be amenable to what we're talking about. And
Absolutely.
in this pro forma, you've projected, is this an initial loss? I mean, I noticed your notes. Can you explain that, presented in $2025 and stabilized? What are you talking about there?
Sure. So we typically create about a 10-year model for this sort of stage of feasibility projections. And we assume that it takes until year 3 of operations to achieve kind of a stabilized year. What that means is, the first year or two, you're ramping up your programming, you're signing more and more participants, getting them to register in the programming that the facility is offering in terms of leagues and camps and things like that. And then from a tournament standpoint, you're also, over the first 2 years, marketing the facility, reaching out to different events, procuring different events. And the goal is that by year 3, you have essentially a repeatable calendar of events that and they know every December. They have the second week in December is always when they do their basketball tournament, right? And if you do it right, you're able to lock them into longer term agreements and things like that. So the goal is you hit your stride as a facility operation by year 3.
So basically the venue builds its own following. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And reputation. And as a
Correct.
result, that improves the profitability as you
Yes.
go on. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And that's not unusual for this type of venue or any
No,
other.
we usually assume is about a 3-year ramp up. So by year 3, you hit sort of what you can project as the stabilized operations going forward. And that's what we're showing here, is what we believe the stabilized options could be. And we're essentially saying that depending on the year, your target should be break even, and you may go a little over, you may go a little under, but that should really be a goal for a facility that has the dual purpose of local use and programming and economic impact generation. And then in $2025 just means we don't know when this facility would open. So we haven't built in inflation or anything like that. We're just using today's, if this opened today, more or less, what would this stabilized year today look like in terms of dollars?
Thank you.
Sure.
And
no
again,
problem.
council, keep in mind, if this was a facility that was only used by our local residents only, we did not have professional management and tournament programming in it, your net loss would be far more significant than that, because you're not going to
Absolutely.
generate, you wouldn't come anywhere near close to covering your expenses. So this is a facility, it's a trade-off. You have some local usage of it for our citizens and some rental usage from tournaments, but the cost recovery is much better.
Yeah, not to get into the rec center piece too much, but we work on recreation facilities as well. And depending on the location and the size and scale and the business model, we see recreation facilities operated by public entities that can generate cost recovery anywhere from, only 35% of the low end up to maybe we've seen 85 or 90% in some places where to be honest, they just charge higher rates because they're tasked with reducing the deficit. From an economic impact standpoint, you can see here in the black box at the top, this is the number of out-of-town visits we estimated, and we actually believe that close to half of the projected users, a little less than half, would be out-of-town visitors, close to 285,000 per year. That translates to an estimate of about 18.5 million in new direct spending brought by visitors to take place in the city of Tulare each year, which is about 31 million in total economic output, about 400 sustainable annual jobs, and that's throughout the economy of city of Tulare. That's not just in the building. That's in sports, but also in restaurant, retail, hospitality, other industries that are really tied to the serving and collecting the dollars of visitors who are coming in from outside the area and staying overnight. We've also projected that with those 30 tournaments, the city could potentially capture over 40,000 new annual hotel nights. And when you take that spending, you take those hotel nights and run that through our fiscal impact model, we projected that under current city tax rates, with of 284,000 new annual visitors coming in, that almost $1 million. Again, this is in today's dollars, in 2025 dollars. Almost $1 million in net new annual taxes could be collected. About 450,000 of that we project is through the city and district sales tax, and then about 540,000 of that we project would come through TOT collections related to hotel nights. And that's on an annual basis. We also ran these through a 30-year model. The expected useful life for a facility like this, and when we say useful life, we mean before it requires significant repair or replacement, is usually about 30 to 35 years. If it's well maintained and the city continues to put money into capital maintenance throughout its life, that can be extended even further to 40, 50 years in many cases. So over a 30-year period, again, we're showing this as a net present value. So we projected, including inflation, those revenues, expenses, and economic impacts over 30 years. And then we discounted that back to what those cash flows would be worth in today's dollars. So in today's dollars, the 30-year impacts represent over 720 million in total economic output, 7 million in sales tax, 3.5 million in district tax, and then about 12.5 million in TOT. So in today's dollars, that's about $22 million in new sales and hotel taxes related to these visitors. Any questions about the sports facility piece before I move on to the entertainment district again?
Yes, real quick, Brian, I don't remember seeing the slide talking about TOT tax revenue, or if we increase the TOT tax, the increased revenue helping cover the cost, the capital cost of building the facility and or any debt service related expenses associated.
Yeah, so that's something we also looked at in the report, and we talk about a little bit later as well. But we do believe also that there is an opportunity to increase the TOT tax rate in the city of Tulare to be competitive with actually other regional markets. We don't think it would put you at a disadvantage. We believe you could up it to about 12%. And so if you look at these numbers here in terms of TOT tax collection, if you were able to increase the TOT by about 20%, not only would you see a 20% increase on the 12.5 million, but you'd also, this is just on the incremental visitation, so you'd also capture an increment against the existing visitation as well. So that's something we see a lot of communities investing specifically in sports event centers versus recreational sports facilities, that they tap into that incremental revenue in various ways to help pay for the venue.
So basically you'd go from a 10% TOT to a 12% TOT. Is that correct?
Correct. And I'll show you a slide a little bit later where we
Okay.
benchmarked some of the other communities in the region and what their TOT was.
So I had a question, Mr. Mayor. So on this particular economic presentation forecast, this is what, can you describe what the indoor facility is? I just kind of, in my mind, is just basketball courts. Is it more than that?
Yeah, I'll go back real quick.
Because as you go through that, I was just looking on my phone. Over in Lindsay, they have the McDermott Center, which is something we had talked about years ago when I first got on the council, about building something similar to where they have a couple of NBA regulation basketball courts. They got laser tag. They got a surfing. You can surf, catch waves in there. They got soccer fields. They got rock walls. They got a fitness center. They got pickleball courts, all these things at the McDermott Center in Lindsay. We had talked about building something like that at the Tower District years ago, maybe about 8 years ago.
So the big difference,
So,
Councilmember Segala,
I'm
is
trying to figure out how comparable is that?
yeah. So and we're not set on this yet. I mean, the time would come when we'd have a discussion more specifically about, are we going to have 8 basketball courts and 16 volleyball or whatever? But one thing I want you to keep in your mind is the McDermott Center, as it's designed, really is more of a recreational facility for its citizenry.
Correct.
Versus this would be half recreation for our citizenry, but designed to drive tournaments, sports tournaments, tourism to our community to generate revenue. So he'll share with you what the current design model is right here.
Yeah, what we ran our model off of now, and we are not architects, we're economic analysts. But what we ran our model off now is about 100 to 120,000 square foot facility. And the base of it is a hardwood, flat, open area with different layouts and configurations, lined on the court. So you can do 8 basketball courts. Typically, those basketball courts can be converted to 12 to 16 volleyball, or up to 24 pickleball, or various configurations of all 3 at various times. To one of the comments earlier, a lot of these facilities, we see them put down wrestling mats and host large wrestling tournaments and meets in them as well. We see facilities where they bring in cheer competitions. They bring in gymnastics by, again, putting down temporary flooring and mats. So these are truly multi-use sports facilities. But the difference with a place like the facility you just mentioned, which staff actually had us look at a few months ago, 2 or 3 courts is really typical for a recreation center. You're going to have kids basketball practices on there. You're going to use it as a multi-purpose space for local use. But to drive tournament activity that's going to have hundreds of teams that stay multiple nights and drive those those 40,000 hotel nights over the course of a year, you need large inventories of basketball courts, of volleyball courts, of pickleball courts, and of larger space. The courts area alone in a facility like this is probably about 80,000 square feet. And the ability to bring in those large events requires that space and those levels of inventories on courts to be able to drive that economic impact. In addition, not only do you have your sort of courts area, typically you have a lobby area that's large enough that basketball teams and volleyball teams and if they have multiple games in a day can hang out in the lobby. There's a lot of times like a sporting goods store in the lobby and food and beverage and elevated concessions that drive revenue for the building as well. And then the purpose of the entertainment district next to it is people can also leave the building and spend money right there on the site in local restaurants, local retail. There might be a move, other family entertainment amenities and features like that mom and dad and little sister and brother can use while they're there, because they're there for 2, sometimes 3 days. So the goal is to create this environment where you're bringing in tournaments on the weekends. You're then capturing all of the visitor spending in the building and next to the building, and in the hotels that are adjacent to the building, and everything that goes into that entertainment district, to create this economic driver. And then a lot of developers, when you partner with master developers, they understand the benefit of the sports tourism center that's bringing new money to the table. They understand the need for hotels and certain types of retail and restaurant right nearby, and family entertainment and things like that can serve that. But developers don't necessarily want to build those things if it's only getting weekend use. So they'll often on sort of, if you do sports center and then your entertainment district on the other side, they're typically going to want to put housing. They're going to use, they're going to look at multifamily, they're going to look at townhouses, maybe some single family as well. We'll get those proposals if we put out an RFQ from the developers. But it's a way to say, we're going to build this anchor. The anchor is going to drive the developers to see the demand to put in the hotel and the restaurant and the retail that's going to capture their economic impact. And then they're also going to add, from what we've heard from city staff and economic development, things like that in this area, the significant demand for more rooftops in Tulare. Those can also go in there, and they can in that district on the other side, and be able to drive additional sustainability to the other venues and restaurants and retails and development that are on the site.
So just along the points that you made, would the possibility of having sort of a dual purpose type of facility? So in other words, you're talking about tournaments, bring people in during the weekends and stay at our hotels and so forth, but an entertainment district that also includes amenities like laser tag or
Sure, absolutely.
golf, that are going to be not only for those that are visiting, but for the residents. Because the way you're describing me is like, hey, the weekends are going to be busy. What are we going to do during the week?
And that's exactly, yeah, yep.
Yeah, so during the week, you could take your kids for a birthday party, to laser tag, indoor golf, whatever types of things. Is that something that can be the approach? Because I'm not.
It has
based
to be the approach. Yeah.
Okay, so could that be part of that definitely would be a bigger project, right? More than the 100,000 square foot.
So
one
Council,
like
you
that.
recall we had talked previously about maybe including the adventure park as another component, right? So that would be, we could have an indoor recreation sports facility that also has an indoor component that's an adventure park, as well as an outdoor component. Those details we'll get into in the future. We're not quite ready to get that far, but short answer is yes, it could have any and all of those kinds of things. We'll have to work through those details later.
For example, we spent the last couple of years working on a project in Williamsburg, Virginia, where it's under construction now. It's supposed to open by next summer, but they built the flexible hardwood court space and lobby, essentially what you see described here. But then we also looked at options for them to add, to expand the footprint of the building, to add other family entertainment amenities in there. So they're now putting in a climbing wall that's like a clip and climb climbing wall operation, and these are pay-per-use models, right? So even if the sports center is quiet at any given time, there's an entrance that just goes into these family entertainment pieces as well, and you can buy a membership or you can pay per use. But they have a clip and climb for some of the younger kids. They have a much larger climbing wall for more experienced climbers, and then they're also putting in a ninja gym that, again, you can buy a membership or you can pay per single use for those. So the size of their building actually ended up expanding much more beyond this. So the 120 square feet, 100 to 120,000 square feet is really for that sports center use. But we work with a lot of clients that do exactly what you're saying in terms of adding some family entertainment and recreation amenities into that building, and in terms of what the city's bringing to the table. And then outside the building is where you get to your much larger entertainment district, of which this building and these one or two particular features are the anchor of, in terms of driving visitation and driving usage.
Right. So for example, we could incorporate some of those things into this facility, or a better approach might be if we're successful getting a developer who can attract a Top Golf, a
Right.
Dave and Buster's, other private sector firms who actually build those models. So we're not maintaining, we're not funding, we're not operating, they are, right? So there's a lot of time for us to work through those kind of deep.
Yep. And these projects happen in phases. So in a community the size of Tulare, starting with this is what the public's sector is going to put in place and help put the land deal together, so that that this anchor is going in. That the public sector is going to put some money into roads and lights and exits, which you've already done in certain places off the highway and things like that. And then that anchor is phase one, and then the developer commits to phase two by a certain time, and then a phase three, and these things tend to flow over 5, 10, 15 years until you have full build out of a full district.
So we have about 10 minutes left. Did you also have an additional part of this presentation you were getting to?
Yes. So the next piece was about just some highlights from the interviews we did with potential entertainment district developers. So as I mentioned before, we reached out to our network of developers across the country that work on P3 districts, entertainment districts, multi-use districts. And we got responses from 8. 4 of them were California based, and then 4 were from other states: Texas, Arizona, Utah, and New York. So we just, at a very high level, said we're working with the city of Tulare. We did an entertainment district feasibility study for them. They're considering whether or not to take next steps. And so we gathered some high level feedback from these groups that we thought was really beneficial and worth sharing with the council. So all of the developers stress the need for public incentives when you're doing public private partnerships like this. So they all felt that the city stepping up from the standpoint of key infrastructure such as the anchor driver and potentially other site preparation and utilities type costs was a huge benefit to make the project pencil out better for the private sector. So they were really clear about wanting to make sure that before any RFQ or RFP was released, that it defined what the, not necessarily dollar figures yet, but just what the city's commitment was in terms of public infrastructure as an anchor for these projects. They also noted that site control is key. So even if the city doesn't have a site that they own, the city having some sort of commitment from a private landowner that has partnered with the city in the past to make it a sort of a 3-way project where you have the city, you have the private landowner working closely with the city, and then a master developer. So it's kind of a triangle, public, private type relationship. Having that site identified and having the willingness of the private sector to put it into the deal is hugely important before anything is released. The developers also said that not only does the RFQ and the process outlined and the pre-work that's been put into it, which you all have done over the past year working with us, that it needs to make sense. It needs to be well written. It needs to, developers don't want to read an RFQ feeling like it's a fishing expedition or like it's wasting their time. And beyond that, it also needs to express a clear project objectives and development, which we've been working with staff and also kind of sharing some of our thoughts with you on how do you make that vision clear and have it make sense and be attractive to a developer in terms of seeking a development partner that is experienced in multi-use development, understands how entertainment district works and how all these parts work together. That focus on it, wanting it to be a regional draw, wanting it to be a destination that's going to attract visitors, but also bring in amenities because of those visitors that are new and exciting to locals. Things that don't come that aren't here now, but they could see this as an opportunity through a district like this. That also translates to something we've seen with some of our other clients. The best foot forward you can put publicly when you release an RFQ or an RFP like this, if you can create online visibility, a website that has professional branding and design and shows some of the work that has been done initially, explains the vision. The more that the development community sees that you're serious about this, that you've put in time and effort, and that you have your act together, so to speak, the more likely they're going to be to want to engage in a potential partnership and take the time and effort to submit a response to any RFQ. As we talked a little bit earlier, as part of this process, we also talked with these groups about incentives, and three in particular that we see used most often for these types of districts. The basic option is you issue bonds and you use those to pay for some site infrastructure like site preparation, roads, utilities, things like that. Or you can also seek state and federal grants for things like that. But the ones that came up more often were two things. One was the use of enhanced infrastructure financing districts, which let cities in California use future increases in property tax revenue from new development to help fund some of those improvements, to fund street improvements, utilities, parking, site prep, things like that. And I know that's something Mark's familiar with from the project in Gainesville, Florida, which is a sports anchored entertainment and residential district that Victus Advisors worked on. They used a very similar structure, different acronym because it's Florida, but the same concept where you're using that incremental revenue from the district to actually fund the infrastructure that the public sector is putting in. And then the other thing that came up quite a bit was increasing the TOT rates. So you're not just capturing incremental visitors, you're also capturing a higher rate on new visitors. And so we compared the TOT in Tulare to a couple other cities. So you can see it's slightly higher than Modesto and Turlock. It's about the same as Roseville and Visalia, and then Fresno and Bakersfield are higher. So we think it's worth considering looking at whether there's an opportunity to not only do an EIFD, but also potentially increase tourism rates within that district or even citywide to help drive even further sustainable funding sources for the project.
Very quickly, are you aware of any city that has raised the TOT and had a negative reaction as far as occupancy rates resulting from that?
In terms of occupancy rates, I am not aware of one. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I haven't seen it.
So it's fair to say generally, when people stay at a hotel, they don't check out the rates before they book in a particular area as it relates.
Generally speaking, I would say so. They usually don't see it until they go to the checkout, so to speak. But I will also say most communities that are looking at increasing those TOT rates are usually pairing them with some sort of visitor generating project and invest in some sort of visitor generating project. What we do see is that if a community floats the idea of raising the TOT without a project like that on the table, there will frequently be pushback from the hotel community on that. But if the hotel community views it as, hey, we've got this exciting project that's going to drive all these new hotel nights, and it's going to help drive economic impact and increase TOT collections and all that, and growth over time, we think that this is a valuable way to use that increment to help drive more visitors.
That's the way we did it.
Yeah,
That's the way we did it in Rockland, Roseville, when we built the Placer Valley Tourism Facility. We spent energy and time working with all the hotels, and they actually created a board where the hotels had some control over how that money was spent.
And so a quick question on the TOT, is there a particular formula? Can it be like increments of a quarter? Could it be like 10 and a quarter, or does it have to be a whole 1%? What's the rules on incrementation of TOT?
I don't know those off the top of my head, but we could certainly look into that.
Yeah, I mean, so in other words, we would have to increase it to 11, or can we do 10 and a half or 10 and a quarter?
When we get to that point of the process, we'll get that information for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Most of the districts we look in California, it's usually 10, 11, 12, it's usually on a percent, but I think the highest is, I think Los Angeles County is up to like 17% at this point. So this is the last slide is, if the city does determine to keep moving forward with this entertainment district idea, next steps that we would assist with are, first and foremost with the RFQ, preparing and issuing the RFQ for a master developer for the district. And then next steps after that would be RFPs for an indoor sports facility operator, potentially an adventure park operator as well, if the city chooses to include that in that complex. And then an RFP for design build of the indoor sports center and adventure park. And part of the reason to have the operators on board already at that point is to have them providing input on the design, so it's designed correctly. We'll also continue working with the city and Mark and his team to finalize, a plan for project funding and incentives and things like that. And if the city does want to consider TOT, we'll get the information needed for that. And then also we'll help in all of these. As Mark said very well at the beginning of all this, this type of project is much more complex, takes more time, more money, public-private partnerships, lots of moving parts. We've worked on a lot of these all over the country, so we're really good at working along with staff to help, support discussions and negotiations, interviews, selections, contracts, onboarding of developers and operating and partners and all of that, working with the design team to work on concept designs and site planning and things like that. So this is what we would recommend as kind of a next step over the next 7 to 12 months if the city does choose to move forward.
Council, a couple other quick comments before we take any other questions. I did make a brief presentation recently to the International Agri-Center Board of Directors to talk about this project, make them aware of it so that they had the opportunity to be here this evening or listen in if they wanted, make them aware that I was going to be recommending we move the project to near them rather than at the outlets. And I'm going to show you a map in a second and the reason why. They did raise concern. They do host volleyball tournaments at their facility currently. What I shared with them is there's plenty of time for us to work through those details. It is not our intent to hurt them, to damage them, to compete with them. That is not at all what our intent would be. Our intent would be, we believe everything we would be doing would be complementary to them and help them. So for example, if they have a tournament now and has 20 to 40 teams and we were to build a facility like this and ultimately council decided it wanted to include volleyball, now all of a sudden we might be able to bring 80 to 100 teams, right? So we can have a bigger economic impact and benefit all. I'm happy to sit down with them and walk through all the different ways. What could this facility be located on their property versus on the other property? Could there be a revenue share involved in it? Could they take over the operations of the volleyball, for example? There's a lot of ways to work through those details. I have no concern whatsoever that we can find a path forward on that. Melissa, if you bring up the two maps, I want to go over this really quick before we go into questions. So I'm going to see if this will work. Yeah, so this is the site to the south. This is all land that is currently owned by the Faria Family Trust. This is a total of about 300 acres. We need about 100 acres for the entertainment district alone. We think this is the best location for a couple of reasons. One, we have 300 acres, so if we can bring a master developer in, they would be able to efficiently design all the project, not just the entertainment district, but the balance of the site so that we would maximize the utility of the site and the economic generation from the site. They also have a lot of frontage on Highway 99, which is critical. There's only two sites that this can work in Tulare. One is at the outlets and one is here, but both front on Highway 99, which is very important. You need to have that visibility and accessibility for those large anchor tenants to be willing to come into the facility. If you go to the next slide, the north site, here's the north side, and here's why this becomes more complicated. just in, if you follow the cursor, just in these areas, well, this is a city site for retention, so you count that. But just in these areas here, those acreages right there, that's about 100 acres. We can't really count this site because this is already currently under development. This is where the Maverick and the Chick-fil-A are going to go. And there's other development proposals currently being considered for the balance of the site. There's also development proposals being considered for some of these sites right now, but they haven't been finalized. They're only in the works. So these property, you can see there's a lot of different properties and a lot of different property owners with their own ideas about what they want to do in their site. I'm not saying it's not possible. We have talked to several of them about the idea of doing the entertainment district here, but we only have 100 acres here with all those sites. And we have limited frontage. We have good visibility from 99, but we have limited frontage on 99 for the properties. So everything would be off of 99 here. So it's slightly less desirable. It still could work, but it's more complex because we've got to reach a sales price on all the land with all those individuals. And my experience, and I've done many of these kinds of projects, is usually there's at least one that wants to hold out. And we might be talking 3 years from now with whether or not we can get that property under contract versus dealing with one property owner. The Faria Family Trust has already indicated they are fully willingness to support including their property in the RFP.
What about?
And the developers we interviewed as well said that, you know, a potential site where there were multiple landowners, in this case, there's 8, that alone could scare them off from having interest in an RFQ. So having that single owner was very important to them in terms of their interest in engaging.
Northwest corner?
The northwest corner is a possibility. I don't have a map of that, but I think part of the challenge with that is we start moving further away from having a critical mass of other opportunities. In other words, the attraction of this location for the entertainment district is the Tulare outlets. There's a synergy that could coexist between those things. The excitement about the possibility of doing it to the south is the connection and connectivity and synergy with the International Agri Center. The further you move away from another major existing attractor, the less attractive the project becomes. And the other thing is, I will tell you, we currently are looking at the development proposals for the lands that are north of Cartmill, both east and west of Highway 99. And we have multiple property owners again. So we run into some of the same challenges. Council, what questions do you have? Remember, what I'm looking for tonight is just a nod of the head. Do you support us eventually issuing an RFP? You have the draft language. We're not doing it right away. We want you to have time to review it. We'll clean it up, fix it up, modify it, bring it back to you for approval. Do you include us including the property to the south? And do you include? Will you accept us including the indication that we would like to build a sports recreation facility as an anchor tenant in the entertainment district?
So we have the questions from the city manager, and I'll go around and ask for your thoughts or viewpoints at this point. And actually, Councilmember Sayre, I'll start with you. I'm mixing it up a little bit.
Wow. Thank you for the
With all due
report,
respect.
Brian. That was very comprehensive and helpful to see all of the optics that you provided for us. I support putting out the RFP at this time, including the property as well as the anchor facility for the sports complex.
Without taking into consideration, obviously, I represent the property to the north, but I'm also looking out for the best interest of this community. And considering that we have a brand new interchange and, as indicated, the synergy that goes along with having one property owner who's ready to move now, I'm in support of the property location and moving forward on this based upon the pro forma that was presented and the understanding that you've indicated to us. It's worth exploring.
I appreciate all the information. I definitely agree that it's worth exploring. My only concern is that, I definitely understand the challenges that may happen, that could happen with multiple property owners. But, my only concern is, there was an investment at some point to build out Cartmill and 99. And, I feel strongly that if we abandon it and go south, then it's going to take even longer to develop up there. you know, I've been hearing for many, many years about different projects, you know, on both the east and the west side of the 99 off of Cartmill. You know, I'm glad that that Maverick and Chick-fil-A are coming in, and hopefully they'll, you know, get others to do so. But I just feel that, you know, once we go in the direction of the south interchange area, then we're going to lose a lot of potential for Carmel. I mean, I still would like to explore that possibility, and I'm trying to get an understanding of the timeline. If there's sort of, hey, we have to know by this time which property, because I guess I know how important it is to include in the RFQ, RFP type of situation. And, but that would be my only hesitation. I mean, I think I appreciate the Faria family and others, you know, working with us on the interchange. But I think if we were to go south, we definitely would push Carmel and 99 even further, even, I'm afraid, decades even away from development up there. So
I would tell you that I don't foresee that being the issue at all. We currently are reviewing development proposals for the properties around the Cartmill I-90 Highway 99 interchange area. In fact, just had a meeting before I came to council today on one at the northeast corner of 99 in Cartmill. Pretty good sized project. And so, you know, they haven't submitted site plan yet, so I'm not really at liberty to talk about those projects. But I think one of the challenges at Cartmill is nobody wanted to be first. And now that we have Chick-fil-A and Maverick going in, which are, you know, known commodities, right? I think we're going to see actually it accelerate, because I know we're looking at development plans right now, but I think once those are built, that's going to even accelerate faster.
no, and I appreciate that, because I have in the years since I've been on council, there's been a hotel consideration. There's been a big church complex. There's been senior housing. There's been housing on the north side of Carmel along Acres for big housing development. There's a lot of things that are being out there, but I think for me, again, it's the concern that if we move away from Carmel, that is just gonna sit there for a while. So that's just my only concern.
A lot of information.
You're all.
Okay.
It was a lot of information to take in tonight. I do share some of Councilman Segala's concern about Cartmill. I know it'd be impossible to get assurances that it was going to develop. I'm sure it will, but it still bothers me just a little bit. But I support moving ahead with this project and the current location now near the Ag Center.
That's a consensus.
Sorry, I tried to hold out.
No, that's okay.
It's with me now.
Yeah, sure.
I think with everything said, I think the comment I'm with is worth exploring. And with that is worth exploring. I would like, in the location, I think the size and the single property owner and what was discussed with the south makes sense to me. I hear the concerns with the north, but the dynamics of the development, I think what is proposed with the south carries the exploring. Include the indoor facility, it was said. And I think when I say that exploring is kind of a way of, and I know it's gonna come back in front of us, what does that RFQ look like? And as our consultant Victus had said, and the development community is gonna wanna see a clean, crisp, clear, identified project. So what the exploring part that I understand is perhaps that RFQ gets drafted, that comes in front of us, and that we're on the same page with that. Okay.
And just the final comment I've got is, again, I represent the area of the Cartmill interchange, and I'm confident based upon my discussions and not only with the city manager, but also, and in light of what's now going in, the Cartmill is basically going to explode with development. I truly believe within the next 18 months to 2 years, we're going to see significant development out there. And the single property owner, the new interchange, and the interaction between, hopefully, between the International Agri Center and this development would be crucial under the circumstances. So we have a consensus.
Okay. With that,
Almost.
as with the other item, for members of the public that are here, is there anybody in chambers who would like to make a public comment on this presentation that you heard tonight? Is there anyone on the phone? Okay, all right, with that then,
Well, Mr. Mayor, before we end this particular conversation, to the city manager, is this sort of like how you envisioned us selecting a site? Was there gonna be a public vote or just a consensus or, because I know that when we first had this presentation, there was you put out there that the council would ultimately decide what location there would be as the entertainment district, and we all kind of been waiting for that. So I'm trying to understand, is this the site now? There's no other vote?
Yeah, so I don't think I ever said that I was going to come to council and expect you to vote on a specific
You
site.
said that the council would decide
So,
what site.
yeah, so let me make sure I'm clear. So when we did the first presentation to you of the original study, that study identified two potential locations. It wasn't specifically a site, but it's basically saying it could either be by the outlets or it could be by the ag center. So you guys have had that study now for 4 or 5 months. I'm not sure how long. I have now said to you, well, prior to this, I told you what was coming, but tonight I have publicly said that staff's recommending of those two locations, we recommend it be the one to the south for the reasons I've explained in the meeting tonight. I'm asking you to support that south site as being the one that's issued in the RFP. I want you to understand that just because you said tonight, yeah, we give you that direction, include that site, that doesn't mean this project's going to happen, right? A developer, we might issue an RFQ and the developer we might come back and get no proposals. And then what do we do from there? Project might be dead. I don't know. You might say, no, let's issue it and try to go and issue it to see if they're interested in the north. I don't know. I will tell you this. If you want us to focus on doing it at the north, this RFP is going to take us a year or two to issue. It will not happen quickly. I can guarantee you that based on my experience. It will take us a much longer time because I can't come to you to recommend a site to the north until I have all the property owners that make up the 100 acres agree to have their property included in the RFP, right? I can't issue the RFP to the developer and say, hey, we want to do it at the north. We have 12 property owners. You're going to have to negotiate. We won't get a single proposal.
Has that ever been made?
We in the first phase of the project, we talked to the property owners. We told them about what was coming. We didn't say to them specifically, are you willing to include your site in this project or not? But what I know about those properties is many of them, as I've described, they already have their own development plans for the site. So they have to abandon the money they've spent with their architects and engineers to develop those plans to now switch gears and say, yes, I want you to include my property. And then I got to get to them to agree on the price. Because I can't go to the developer and say for this site, you're going to pay $10 a square foot, but this one, you got to spend $1,000 a square foot.
So that won't be done.
No, that will not be done because you guys have
Well, then-
given me direction.
Well, then I just wanted to make sure that if this is quote our official vote, then I'm a no vote.
Got it.
on this
Understood.
side.
I think based on going around, everybody knew you're a no vote. We've got 4 that have indicated that's the preferred site.
I understand, but my understanding, and I'll be wrong, was that we were supposed to come formally to make a decision. So if that's what's happening tonight, I would just rather publicly say, I don't agree that should be the site. And then if everyone else agrees, then that's what it is. But my understanding is that it was going to be a decision of the council and a formal decision as to what part of the city we would pursue an entertainment district.
If
You're-
you,
And
and
so-
you're- and you're absolutely right.
And
It
so-
is a decision of the council.
Yeah, but it's a consensus decision. I didn't see any motion. I didn't hear any motion. It's a consensus. So I just
Well,
wanted to clarify that. On the record, I'm a no.
okay, so I think with that, and the public understands, the consensus is exploring that dynamic. The consensus was not a yes vote that this is the site, this is the project. So I think the city manager and what I understand the consensus is we're moving forward for that exploratory to drafting that RFQ with that project
Yep.
in mind. So it's not, the council's not taking a formal vote saying this is the case. We're just providing direction from this planning session to look.
and
at
if you'd
that.
like to have a formal vote, when I bring you back the RFQ, I'll have the RFQ with that map in it. And I'll make a recommendation that you adopt the RFQ with that map formally as the site, and you can have the vote at that time.
I mean, that's fine because like I said, I understood this being like, hey, this is a site we recommend. Council consensus said, yeah, that's a site to go with, RFQ. So if that's the case, then I'm still a no vote tonight, but if we formally bring it to council for an action, I think that'd be a good transparent thing.
So with that, at the end, going to adjourn our special meeting. We will take a 5-minute break and then call to order our Tulare City Council meeting at 7:25. Yeah, I heard you. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will call to order our 7 p.m., our regular meeting of the Tulare City Council for Tuesday, October 21st at 7:29 p.m. And with that on our agenda, the first item we come to is our Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Segala. After the pledge, would you please remain standing for Deborah Epps, Assistant Pastor of Living Christ Church, who will deliver the invocation. You guys, right? And over your heart, ready to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear gracious and sovereign God, as we pause this evening to gather with grateful hearts, we are mindful of your divine presence within our city. We lift up all employees and ask that you grant wisdom to our leaders, integrity to our decisions, and compassion in every action. Bless the City Hall and all who serve within it. Thank you for each one that is a vital part of the work that builds and sustains this city. Bless all with protection, grant strength and encouragement, and please grant a spirit of excellence. Thank you for those who serve, elected officials, first responders, administrators, educators, maintenance crews, and every team member whose labor sustains daily life. Grant skills to their hands, steadiness to their spirits, and joy in their spirits. Keep them safe as they serve, patient in pressure, and compassionate toward the public. Strengthen those who are weary, protect those in harm's way, and give clarity where choices are complex. Guard our going out and coming in, prosper the work of our hands, grant safety in every task. Let all know that their service matters and their efforts are seen. We ask for your covering over our city, prosperity in our homes, and harmony among our neighbors. Let your light guide our paths as we work together to build a community of hope, dignity, and progress. In your holy name we pray, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, item 6 is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from acting on any matter not on the agenda. However, your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This is also the time for the public to comment on items listed under the consent calendar or to request an item from the consent calendar be pulled for discussion purposes. Comments related to the public hearing and just general business items will be heard at the time those items are discussed. In fairness and time limit, the council may limit public speaking to 3 minutes. For those that are not in chambers and viewing the meeting online, you may call 559-366-1849. There will be a 20-second delay, but the clerk will assist you with your call. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to make public comment? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? Not this evening? Oh, just one.
Donette,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor Isherwood and members of council. This is Dawnette Silva Carter representing the Tulare Chamber. Sorry, my circumstances did not permit me to be there in person, but I did get to listen to the presentations. And all I can say is, wow, there is so much excitement that's happening in our community of Tulare in all aspects and all areas of community. Recently, we had our groundbreaking for Save Mart. We had a huge celebration also for the new McDonald's, providing 50 new jobs in our community. And we also celebrated a business that grew from 2 people up to way more than that with a big new office space. And it's just exciting to see all that's happening in Tulare. We want to invite everyone to follow us on our Tulare Chamber social media pages and also be added to the e-blast so that you can see all the excitement and know when these exciting celebrations are happening within our community. We also want to let everyone know we are presenting various different workshops at the Tulare Business Innovation Zone, which has seen a flurry of activity, especially with our Small Business Development Center usage, which is way up in counseling numbers to assist our emerging entrepreneurs. Anyway, again, follow our social media. We have financial literacy for businesses coming up. We have marketing workshops and a lot of additional workshops providing tools for our businesses to help them to be successful. Very soon, we will also step into the holiday shopping season and we'll launch our campaigns for shopping local and during small business season, shopping small as well. We do know that we have that complement of our small local retailers as well as our large retailers. And so we have it all to offer to our shoppers here in our community of Tulare. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share. Oh, one more item. We want to let everyone know that we are also hosting at the TBIS. We have the county planning commissioners from throughout California that will be there on Friday. We also have a visit we're hosting from Congressman Jim Costa, who will come through to take a look at the facility. And in a couple of weeks, we will have both Congressman Valadeo and Fong there as well. So a lot of activity happening within our community of Tulare and a lot of work at the Chamber and the TBIS. Thank you.
Dawnette, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Councilman Maderos has a question for you.
Very quickly, Dawnette, you indicated you celebrated a business that started with 2 people and grew to much bigger, but you didn't say the name of that business.
I am sorry. I should have said that. That is Total Property Management. David and his team are amazing, and we had a huge celebration for them with their big new office that they have, and it was great to hear the story of their business. And I might add, you can tell when a leader in a company is so well loved that his employees planned this surprise ribbon cutting celebration, and they planned it to be Boss's Day because he is such a stellar boss. So congratulations to Total Property Management.
Thank you, Dawnette.
You're welcome.
Any other calls? All right. Yeah. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 7, which is presentation, downtown PBID update.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. We'll get the presentation up for you. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, so I just wanted to give you guys an update of where we're currently at with our downtown property-based improvement district. This is a process that began previously, and we had trouble kind of getting the stakeholders to buy into it. And so we had stopped that process and initiated it again back in May. And so we started the process all over again with our consultant NBS. And we also added some new committee members that were specifically property owners in the downtown to help them provide feedback to us, and they know many of the other community members to get their feedback as well. And so we kicked things off, and in June, we sent surveys out to all of the property owners to help identify what their various priorities were in the downtown, what their concerns were. And so on July 8th, we had our first community meeting. At that meeting, we just provided an overview of what a PBID is. We listened to any concerns that the property owners had and answered any of their questions that they had as well. And then we had a second community meeting on September 3rd. This was more of a workshop style, and it was set up with various stations around the room where the property owners were able to look at the survey results that had come in. They were able to provide input on potential boundaries of what they would like to see, areas that they wanted carved out and not included, and also letting us know what their priorities again were for the different levels of service. And I included on there the website that our consultant provides so people can follow along as we move through this process to keep updated on the next steps that we're doing. And so from those community meetings that we had and all the feedback that we received, we have come up with new boundaries. And so we have two zones, Zone A and Zone B. There's that third green area that's kind of a hybrid of Zone A and Zone B because of the way that they're the direction the parcels are facing and which, some face Zone A, some Zone B, so they're kind of get a hybrid. The big changes that we made with this proposed boundary is that we moved several of the residential neighborhoods that were along the east side of this district area, and we also removed the Tower Square area as well. And so then from those meetings, we also came up with the different levels of service.
Yeah, why was the reason Tower Square was moved?
There was a mixed reaction from those property owners. They already have a current PBID that they already pay into. And a lot of those property owners seem satisfied with what they currently pay into. And so we just thought it would be better to go ahead and exclude them from this PBID. But it certainly doesn't mean that in the future, if this does pass, that in like 3 years' time, if it's getting renewed, if Tower Square property owners like what they've been seeing in the rest of the downtown and the service levels provided there, it could always be added into the PBID at that time if they voted to do that and to eliminate their current PBID. But at this time, the majority of them, we got the feedback that they seemed happy with what they currently have.
And was it explored to consolidate?
Yes, that would have been the final decision, is that if they became a part of this PBID, their current PBID would go away.
And they didn't want that.
Right. Correct. And so we also got the feedback on the different types of service and what they wanted. One of the things that I wanted to point out to everyone is that the city already provides various services in the downtown area. These are services that the city provides citywide. So these aren't at additional costs to the downtown businesses and property owners. So code enforcement already does a lot of work down there. They can just get notified about an issue. And so it's just as needed basis. For any of the landscaping and the parking lots, again, those get cleaned and either once a week for like the parking lots or just as needed basis. And of course, our public works and police department are also involved in the downtown area addressing certain needs as needed as well. So what the PBID will do are the additional services on top of what the city already does. So this doesn't replace those services. These are what they would be paying for additional levels. And so the biggest concern that everyone had was just on the safety and homeless mitigation. And so since that seemed to be the biggest common priority out of everyone, it made sense to just put that throughout the entire district for zones A and B. And so what was being proposed is for them to be able to have a private security that would be able to patrol in a vehicle in this district. It would be 5 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that 5 hours a day would be at night. And then also just annually, a risk assessment would be able to be done to ensure there's ADA compliance in that area as well. But then more specifically with Zone A, that's would be where it's more of the, I want to say, core of the downtown area, where they were willing to probably pay more into the PBID for additional services that they would see more benefit from. And so this would be the cleaning and maintenance program. And so again, in addition to what the city already provides, they would be contracting out these additional services for weekly landscape maintenance, make sure the trees are being maintained a couple times a year, additional street sweeping. They want to make sure that the streets look good just before the weekend and that gets cleaned up again right after the weekend. Storm drain maintenance would be a quarterly basis. The pressure washing and graffiti removal would be at least once a week. Sidewalk maintenance, that would just be something as needed if there was a particular issue with the sidewalk. They often have problems with the trash enclosures, and so they're wanting to make sure that that can get cleaned on a regular basis as well. And then, of course, with the downtown parking lots, keeping those cleaned and maintained, doing that once every 2 weeks. And so for the next steps that we're going to be doing is that our consultant NBS is going to be calculating the assessments based on those levels of service and then finalize the engineer's report. And once that is done, we'll be able to have the petitions mailed out to all of the property owners. And that's the process where we're needing at least 51% of their support to then proceed with ballots and the actual voting process. Once the petitions get mailed out, I'm hoping possibly in November sometime, we will also do a third community meeting with the property owners to answer any questions that they have, because at that point, they will have seen what their proposed assessments are and all of the levels of service and benefits that they would be receiving. And that is everything.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Councilmember Sarah, I will start with you again. Any comments? Councilman Segal?
Real quick, I appreciate the presentation. I've been involved with a couple of PBIDs in my past career experience. And one of the things I appreciate all the things that they put together. We talked a little bit, I know I talked to the city manager about, moving forward that we create this, what I call it a hot sheet of things that need to be addressed. So people understand that their investment in the BPID is really paying off, right? To spruce up and maintain downtown clean and safe. In your experience or sort of understanding, can incentives be put in a BPID? For example, if after all the analysis, there's a particular amount of money that each property is going to pay into it, right? Into the service, whatever that is, a monthly, yearly amount of money that's going to be calculated. If a business was incentivized to stay open beyond 5 o'clock, could that be used as a leverage? Let's say, for example, a business is going to be assessed $1,000, to make it easy, $1,200 a year. So $100 a month for all these services, right? If there's a way to say, hey, if you stay open beyond 5 or, like that, instead of paying $1,200, you can pay $600. Is there something that can be done through the BPID process to incentivize that?
Well, the first thing I want to make sure to distinguish, though, is that this is a property owner investment, and they are the ones that would be paying into it and would be assessed on their property. And so the business owners themselves are not paying into this. And so while I don't think that there would be a legal way to incentivize this anyway, but certainly the attorney can chime in on that. But because this isn't actually tied to the business owners, there just wouldn't be any connection there.
There are some that don't.
Well, they do currently have the other bid that the business owners pay into.
But there are some property owners that are also the business owners.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I guess I don't know the specific answer to that question. I tend to think intuitively that that would be a difficult thing to construct. I will say this, whatever people are paying into for whatever service, that service has to be identified in the engineering report. So however they're going to use those funds, it's governed by that adopted engineering report. So I know it would have to be identified there. But I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm not an expert on P-bids, but I'm not aware of a scenario where I've seen anything like that.
On a property-based improvement
Yes.
district, though.
Vice Mayor Harrell?
One of the items that if it came through the discussion, if I remember right, was calculations including alleyway footage.
Yes.
Did that have any more discussion, yay or nay, or is that still floating out there?
That will be included as part of the
Okay.
assessments.
Okay.
And so that's also with that green hybrid zone A, zone
Yeah.
B configuration, is that because some of those, maybe the street facing side is facing zone B, but their alley is, goes against zone A. So they would be assessed multiple ways. Depending on the different sides of their property, if they're facing a zone B or zone A. So the alleys are being included throughout the district.
Okay. I bring that up because I know some property owners had concerns about that specific issue.
Yeah.
But if I also understood right, there's one more public meeting.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be at least the one public meeting once the petitions are out. But I believe there might even be a fourth public meeting later on if needed. But yeah, definitely once the petitions are out and there's the questions and things, we'll definitely have that meeting.
And then there'll be the public meeting where it comes to council for
Sure.
the resolution as well. Yeah.
I have not been able to attend all the meetings, but attended some key ones with that. And so it was exciting that at the last public meeting and previewing some conversations of the PBID committee and property owners, what was shared tonight, I think, was really a great collaboration and a consensus. It's coming together. And I feel, and to share with other council members, what I got from just that small group, what was shared tonight by Jennifer was that consensus of coming together. So that part's great because it's finding that right niche. There were some edits that we already discussed, like the current Tower Square group for various reasons. Also some of the residential, where's really that right commercial district that people who pay into it would benefit from it. So it was really, I think, 10 years, new business owners, old business owners coming together and getting that right mix that we heard here tonight. And that, to me, is the right combination taking it forward, because you can't be everything to everybody. In the district, I know from experience, it's to do the whole district all the way from Cross down to Land O'Lakes, if you will, and high school up to J Street. It's just too big and too many dynamics to face. And I just share what kind of was presented tonight was that working through it with the consultant, good stuff, good news. And I think the property owners are finding their own consensus. That's the winning message and the winning package to present to downtown. So I'm glad where this is going.
Yeah, this was definitely input from the stakeholders that got us to this point.
All right. Anything else, council? All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Moving on, 8, communications.
No communications.
9, council reports and items of interest. Vice Mayor Harrell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the 8th, to the Downtown Association meeting, the 9th, the board and commissioners volunteers recognition dinner. 16th, the Save Mart groundbreaking. Then on the 18th, the open house and fun time at Station 62. And then the shelter tour this morning.
I'm trying to remember a few things. Well, first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to join Councilman Madero's and our city manager and assistant city manager at the California League of Cities. It's always an interesting conference to meet with colleagues up and down the state, to sit in on different workshops. I think we all sat in on a property tax workshop and a number of other things, and just being able to network and get best practices of what other cities are doing throughout the state to address a number of shared concerns that we have. So I appreciate the opportunity to go there. I also joined my council colleagues at the Save Mart groundbreaking, which is exciting for that particular neighborhood in the southeast part of our city. I also had the opportunity to also be with the mayor at the Japanese American Monument Progress, where a documentary was presented that, a couple of us, the mayor, Councilmember Sayer and myself were part of that documentary that highlighted the amazing work by Michael Paul Mendoza and his students over the years who have brought this issue to the public's attention and have done some tremendous work in coming closer to establishing a monument at the Tulare Fairgrounds that notes the time when, during World War II, when Japanese Americans were rounded up here and placed in the barns, in the barn stalls and other places during the war before they were shipped out to other places. So thank you for that invitation. It was a great event. It was a packed house, and we look forward to their continued work. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Yes, Vice Mayor Harrell and I were the entertainment at the Boards and Commission dinner. So that was a good event that night. The shelter tour this morning that took place was very informative. Good to see the progress. And as Councilman Segala said, it was great to be at the Japanese Processing Center documentary on Tulare. And of course, the big one was the groundbreaking for Save Mart. Oh my goodness. So we're getting that grocery store at the Southeast, Mooney and Bardsley. Great time being there with the council members and everything. Heard a lot of wonderful compliments about the city of Tulare. It was amazing. Everyone was sharing. Great to have the Save Mart family. So there's almost like a shedding tear moment of that project with that. But great couple of weeks. A lot of important stuff happening. Anything else? Okay. All right. Oh, then I didn't go this way, did I? I started this way.
I guess
I'm
you're just
seeing.
excusing.
That's okay.
This is why it's best I just stick
Stick to the thing.
Yes. Councilmember Sayer.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed the Save Mart groundbreaking. I had to work that day, so I wasn't able to be there, but I'm super excited about that. On the 11th, I attended the Kiwanis Pork Feed, which feeds thousands of people and provides scholarships for FFA students throughout the county. On the 13th, I attended the Government Affairs Committee meeting. This morning, I made it to the tour of the Tulare Care Shelter. A little late, but then I got a private tour, so that was great. Also attended the Salt and Light barbecue that they put on at the encampment, which was really a nice time to visit with the people that are working there. Those guests that are now taking ownership of the cleanliness and work at that encampment is very heartwarming to see how are taking pride in that in preparation to move to the shelter. And they're all excited about that. And it was really great to visit with them and the people that are working there.
Councilman Maderos.
Well, thank you. As Mr. Segala indicated, we attended the League of California Cities Conference and attended several of the sessions, and also was able to see Erin Brockovich speak, which was very inspiring under the circumstances. And she did a very good job. And after the meeting was over, I went to visit my daughter, who lived just a few miles away in actually near the airport. And she said, "Dad, let's rent that movie and watch it again." And And it holds up well. That was 25 years ago, but watching it again, the movie is damn good. So seeing her and then seeing the movie was quite something. Anyway, last Tuesday, I went to the Mid-Korea GSA meeting. I also attended the Save Mark groundbreaking. This morning attended the special meeting of the homeless encampment, went to the pork feed that was discussed. Generally attended as many of the items that have been indicated, except for those that I wasn't able to so attend. And other than that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
All right, good reports. Moving forward on our agenda would be, well, there's a notice here, 9.1, notice of change in regular city council meeting time. So it's for council and for the public and everybody. Regular city council meetings will start at 5:30 PM, beginning on November 4th, 2025. Special meetings may be scheduled prior to the regular meeting start time. So ladies and gentlemen, November 4th, our council meetings the regular start time will move to 5:30. Yes. Item 10, consent calendar. And with that,
I do need to recuse myself on item 10.10. But as a consent calendar item, I don't need to leave the room. As city council is nodding her head, so that's good.
and council, I perhaps would suggest that 10.7 be removed as I will need to recuse myself completely from item 10.7.
Under the circumstances, then I'll make a motion to adopt 10.1 through 10.11, except for 10.7 and 10.10.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second for approval of the consent calendar, removing 10.7 and 10.10. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved. And with that, as I will turn this over to Vice Mayor Steve Harrell.
You don't need to.
I
If you want to, I mean, you're the,
You do.
yeah.
Do I need to state what the conflict is?
Yeah.
Is it the consent item, same one that you recused yourself from?
No, mine was 10.10, and it, just for the record, it was on the basis that I own property within 500 feet of this property.
You only need to leave for both of you, you only need to leave if the item's going to be discussed. If it's only being pulled so that you guys can recuse yourselves from the item, then you don't need to leave. But if it is gonna be discussed, then you need to leave,
Mine,
regardless of what it's for.
Then on item 10.7, is there any discussion on that item? If not, will I entertain a motion?
Well, I'll move to adopt 10.7 from the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. On 10.10, is there any discussion on that agenda item? Or consent item? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Then I'll move to, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll move to adopt consent calendar 10.10.
I'll second.
Okay. Item 10.10 is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
I will note that once Vice Mayor gets a hold of that running the meeting, he doesn't let go for 10.10 when you're back in the game, does it?
Hey, that's,
And I
we
appreciate.
got
the
business.
commanding
We're
voice.
moving. With that, we're on item 11, public hearing. Comments related to public hearing items are limited to 3 minutes per speaker for a maximum of 30 minutes per item. For those that wish to provide public comment while viewing the meeting online, you may call 559-366-1849. There will be a delay, but the clerk will help you with your call. So 11.1, intent to substantially amend the 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan and 2025 action plan. Mr. Costello, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Isherwood, council members. My name is Alexis Costales. I'm happy to serve as your Housing and Grants Manager in the Community Development Department. This presentation will cover several topics. First, staff will provide a brief recap of the goals adopted by council in June of this year regarding the use of CDBG funds, followed by an overview of the federal home program, factors of a substantial amendment process, and identification of public participation options. From December 2024 to May 2025, the Housing and Grants Division oversaw data collection and analysis, stakeholder input, public meetings and hearings, en route to Council's adoption of a 5-year consolidated plan that guides the deployment of federal grant funds. Specifically at that time, it was only community development block grant funds. And within this con plan, 3 different goals, priority areas were established. As such, the city must commit CDBG funds and future federal home funds to activities that address one or more of the 3 goals listed. The goals call for the preservation and expansion of expansion of affordable housing opportunities, revitalization of neighborhoods, and the enhancement of public services, particularly for people experiencing homelessness. The city of Tulare was notified by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, of an opportunity to become a participating jurisdiction. This initial communication started in May of this year under the Home Investment Partnerships Program, referred to as only the HOME program. Historically, the city applied for and secured home funds through the state of California's Housing and Community Development Department. Typical activities that the city implemented include first-time home buyer loans, owner-occupied rehabilitation loans, and tenant-based rental assistance payments. Though, as part of becoming a participating jurisdiction under the home program, the city assumes additional responsibilities under this program. Major differences include a set-aside of home funds for community housing and development organizations, as well as a matching type requirement of non-home funds from the city to support home or non-home affordable housing work in a given year. Importantly, staff want to take a moment to illustrate common and eligible home projects and activities. The home program emphasizes multifamily and single-family unit construction projects, as well as financial assistance programs that improve housing affordability and homeownership opportunities among low-income residents. And as explained in public communications to date on this subject and within the related staff report, the city is undergoing a substantial amendment process because a planned CDBG activity for this fiscal year will not proceed. And in order to properly incorporate the use of federal home funds into the 5-year con plan and current annual action plan, these situations collectively initiated a substantial amendment process per the city's citizen participation guidelines. Four of the 5 planned activities within this year's action plan are unaffected by this substantial amendment process. As illustrated here, the city may allocate $125,000 of available CDBG funds to an existing and or new and eligible CDBG activity project for completion during this or a subsequent fiscal year. And as part of accepting federal home funds, the city must consider how best to allocate incoming home funds, $500,000 in the current fiscal year and about an estimated $360,000 per each subsequent year to eligible projects and activities that correspond with the city's con plan goals. Of note, most, if not all, of these home eligible activities align with the city's first con plan goal, which was to preserve and expand affordable housing opportunities. The Community Housing Development Organization and matching requirements will influence how much home funds are available for other eligible projects and activities in any given year. And lastly, staff want to emphasize the opportunities for residents and other stakeholders to learn about and inform this substantial amendment process. Staff encourage responses to an online survey, which will close for collection and summary this Friday, October 24th in the evening. Standard comments during a 30-day comment period will be published in a Visalia Times Delta and Tulare Advanced Register for a new 30-day period starting on November 1st through the 2nd. And staff encourage attendance in person or virtually at a forthcoming public meeting on November the 12th. Any recommended changes to the CON plan and current annual action plan will be shaped by public input. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions following the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, post staff's presentation, I will move to open the public hearing. Do we have anyone in chambers who wishes to speak on the amended 2025-2029 consolidated plan and or the 2025 action plan? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? Okay, with no further speakers in the chamber on the phone, I will close the public hearing. And then we'll go for any council input. I'll start with Vice Mayor here.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
If I can ask Alexis to come up, can you go back to the slide where you had the different programs, the first time home buyer, kind of the eligible?
For the home program?
Yeah, it was the home program, thanks. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. So I talked to our city manager when we had our council discussion or briefing. These particular funds are being made available, which Alexis presented, and we've used them in various capacities in the past. One of the things that I had talked to our city manager was, if you may recall, a few years ago when self-help enterprises came to the city with the project to build the Santa Fe Commons, which is a great development off of Olema and West, or near Cross and West. It provides a lot of families with great housing. And one of the things when Mr. Collishaw came to present, and we had provided some money to leverage to get more money to build the project, we talked about the idea of developing sort of a pilot program, and I think might be the first in Tulare County, but I know it's not the first, throughout the nation, of allowing residents to build equity as renters. We all know that if you buy a home, you create equity as the prices of your home goes up, but you can be renting for 20, 30 years and have nothing to show for it. So the idea was that that particular project would be something that would be considered to put together a project saying if you lived there 10 years or more and you were a good tenant and, never had any trouble and took some financial courses and something, that you would be eligible for a grant that would allow you to buy put a down payment on a home. And so obviously that particular project's only been there a couple of years, so we hadn't even got to the 10-year eligibility. But I wanted to see if something like that would be eligible under these home funds to maybe set aside some of it to begin to develop the pool of money, I guess, if you can call it, and then continue to work with self-help enterprises to develop that program so that years from now, if there has been a resident there for 10 years or more and fits eligibility criteria, that they would be given a grant to use towards purchasing a first home. So that's kind of long story. That's my question. Would something like that be eligible under this grant funding?
So thank you, Councilmember Segala. Staff did receive your initial prompt via email correspondence from the city manager, so we are already begun to tentatively look into that. My direct response for it, would something like that be eligible? Yes, and in the form of just using these existing activities, take for example the third row first time home buyer census activity under home, there would be nothing preventing the city and its contractor, in this case, Self-Help Enterprises, to implement that type of activity locally from marketing the program to current residents. So even though, and it sounds like your request is to have something structured to where, you know, let's say upon lease up at a Santa Fe Commons, residents are aware of, you know, application process, or to be able to begin to accept this homeownership assistance at some point, right? 5, 10 years, contingent on what? They maintain the unit, they uphold all standards of the lease, et cetera, et cetera. Though outside of that special type of pilot, that first-time home buyer assistance program could still be marketed to all tenants currently. All right. And then usually eligibility for that type of first-time home buyer assistance in the form of a loan. I would actually say, not pictured here though, is a community development block grant, which can help with community development block grant program, which can help with the same thing to purchase a home for low-income residents, though that would be in the form of a grant. So the difference of a grant and a loan is interest. There is payment requirement under home at some point. There's usually pretty generous periods of affordability where that loan sits there. So the direct answer is yes, it's possible now with just existing activities. Those staff would have to look into developing a specific pilot, like as you suggested, and we're happy to do so at your direction and that of city management.
Yeah, so just just a couple of points. So one, if there's any timeline for the use of funds, so they have to be used in a certain fiscal year, because I think that would drive your example instead of waiting for years.
Mm-hmm.
And then second, I know that in some communities, well, it would be sort of treated as a silent second. In other words, you use the money towards the purchase of a home. If you live in your home for X amount of time, then that particular loan goes away or whatever. Because I know cities have used that to help first responders buy homes, to help nurses buy homes in the city. So that might be another eligible use that we might want to consider. But in particular, I'm interested in seeing if we can reconnect with Self-Help Enterprises to see what ideas they would have. And I know they were excited about doing that. And but obviously we were talking years down the road. So this might kind of spur that up a little bit more. So hopefully council would, provide us some direction to look at that as we move forward.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Sagala, what would be very helpful for us would be if you found a program that is along the lines of what you're describing, if you could just send us the information on that. And then at the same time, if you prepared a council request for consideration, that way we'd have a chance to review it and analyze it at the same time it's getting ready to, be presented to council in the future.
It sounds like my 3 are already done for next week, or next council meeting. But yes, and I did find one. I think there was one in Tennessee when I originally did the research a couple of years ago. So I'll look for that information.
And also there's HUD loans, isn't that correct? Housing and Urban Development as it relates to assistance for people to buy homes, low down. I mean, there's a lot of programs that already deal with that as opposed to local governments such as ours. And there are many times that people are renting, they don't want the response. The appreciation doesn't always take place. I mean, sometimes depending upon the economy, the home values go down. That's when we have these foreclosures. People lose their investment. They don't want to be responsible for the water heater that breaks or breaks down, or the roof that leaks. They want circumstances in which they can call an owner and have them fix those things. So it's not as simple as having a program because it's going to increase in value. That doesn't always occur. But there are other programs as opposed to one that would be put on by Self-Help or someone else. But that's certainly something as a council we could discuss.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right. Which way did I get? I haven't come to this side yet? All right, Councilmember Sarah? Okay, there's. All right, 11.1. So with that, is this just a hearing? Do you need us, at this time, this is just a public hearing. We don't vote on the actual plan yet, right?
Correct. Just an opportunity for comment direction from council on the subject. And as noted, city staff will come back at this point, December 2nd, where there would be an opportunity to consider and adopt the recommended changes to the con plan and the interaction plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move forward to item 12, general business. 12.1, contract award for project EN 0102 K Street improvements. And Who's our staff assigned for this?
That would be me, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Miller. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As indicated, this item is for the award of construction-related contracts for project EN 0102, which is the K Street Improvement Project. This project is a pavement management system project on South K Street between the old Olson alignment and Page Avenue. In addition to reconstructing the roadway, the project would include the installation of curb returns, sidewalk, drive approaches, and curb and gutter along both sides of K Street. And by doing so, the project will improve surface water drainage, enhance traffic safety, and improve pedestrian connectivity and compliance with ADA. So we had 7 bids for the construction contract in response to our request for bids. The bid opening results were attached to the staff transmittal. The project was initially approved through council's adoption of the 2023 to 2028 capital improvement program with an estimated construction cost of $8.48 million. Upon completion of the project plans and specifications, the design engineer provided an updated cost estimate of $7 million. Construction bids received ranged from 4.5 million to just over $6 million, with the low bid being $4,508,582.10, submitted by Archer Civil Construction of Tulare, California. The bid was evaluated and found to be responsive to the requirements and instructions contained in the bid documents. Also included in this is a recommendation of award to various of our on-call consultants for construction-related services. Construction inspection to NV5 of Fresno, California in the amount of $463,953.44. Materials testing to NV5 also in the amount of $118,312.24. Construction surveying to Lane Engineers of Tulare, California in the amount of $45,000. And labor compliance services to Quadnoff of Visalia, California in the amount of $47,700. So staff's recommendation is that council award and authorize the city manager to sign contracts related to these construction contracts for project EN 0102 K Street Improvement Project, that you also authorize the city manager or designate to approve contract change orders in an amount not to exceed 10% of each contract amount, and approve the revised project sheet. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Okay. Council members, unless with comments and kind of moving us along, we have 12.1 in front of us, and this was a listed CIP project. I'll just open that up instead of going around with everything. Does anybody have any key comments?
I have just a couple of comments. I don't want to speculate on this, Michael, but I think you've indicated here, I think that was just a typographical. The design engineer provided a construction cost estimate of $7,000. Is that what's indicated?
That would indeed be a typo. Otherwise, we need to hire a different design engineer next time.
That's what I thought. My concern is, if I remember right, back when Nick Barsh was here, there was a concern about this stretch that they had found that because it was the old Freeway 99, there was cement underlay that specifically made this project much more expensive. And my question is, this was projected to be a $7 million project, and we have a bid of $4,500,000. Basically, with everything together, I think it's 5.2.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my concern is, did Archer know that there was this potential there so that we don't start this project and then they say, oh my gosh, we found this. This thing's going to cost another $2 million for us to do this under the circumstances.
It was clearly indicated in both the plans and specifications, and the contractor is aware of that concrete surfacing that exists down the middle of the road. They have large equipment and frankly don't see it as being a major issue for them. I think what really drove down the cost is this is really strictly a roadway construction project. You don't have to deal with any replacement of any utilities. So they see it as something they can knock out pretty quick.
Thank you.
Council members, if there's nothing else, is there an action that a council recommends?
I'll make a motion to award and authorize the city manager to sign contracts related to this construction project as indicated in the staff recommendation presented by Mr. Miller.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Dennis, good job on the typo. I had to read this 3 times, even with you saying it, and I didn't catch it. Numbers. Moving forward, 12.2, contract amendments for project FM 0048 homeless shelter. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This item, of course, is related to construction of the homeless shelter. We ran into some higher than expected costs. First, in the design and construction support services contract we have with Four Creeks. Additional design services were necessary due to needing to update fire alarm, electrical, low voltage, plumbing, grading, and architectural plans. At the time that the contract was awarded to Four Creeks, the city was still trying to identify what we were going to do, how we're going to provide restrooms for the facility. We're still trying to identify potential manufacturers for the restroom and shower units. So there were quite a bit of unknowns. Once we solved those issues, selected some units to use, Four Creeks was able to complete additional design work. They provided a contract amendment in the amount of $16,500 that covers the additional costs that they incurred as a result of that additional design work. They've also indicated that the amount they had put aside for construction support services was inadequate. This has been a more complicated project than they expected. So they have indicated that additional amount not to exceed $25,000 would cover their anticipated costs to get us through the end of construction. So the total amount for the additional contract cost for Four Creeks is $41,500. Secondly, we have additional expenses associated with materials testing. This is a contract with Krazan and Associates. Once again, the project has been more complicated than anticipated. It's certainly the first project of this size that the engineering departments have been involved with, and I think Krazan probably was a little surprised at the additional testing work that was required. So they are asking for an additional $25,000 or an amount up to $25,000 for additional materials testing services. Once again, both of these additional amounts are subject to time and materials. That's how they would be billed. So it's possible that we won't expend the total amount that we are asking for these amendments. So our recommendation is that council authorize the city manager to sign contract amendments as indicated in the staff report.
I think for myself, just a quick comment was I appreciate Mr. Miller walking through this. As the city manager had said, it was additional design, additional elements of the project, additional materials compared to so much of a contractor of, oh, I misjudged this and therefore I need to do a change order with it. You propose that these changes are coming because the job performance is reflected with that, which I appreciate that. And I wanted the public to know that too.
Correct. And I did also neglect to say that to date, we have spent very little in contract contingency. So we feel very good about these additional contract costs not really having a large impact on the project.
Or taking us over budget for that matter. Yeah. Okay, again, and any comments from council members?
Public
Oh,
comment.
thank you, Councilman Maderos. Yes, as I should have done in the last one, trying to move us along.
I don't want to be a pest.
Is there any public comment regarding contract amendments for project FM 0048 homeless shelter? Do I have anyone on the phone? Okay, with no public comments, is there a request for action by council?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to sign a contract amendments related to city project FM 0048 emergency homeless shelter.
I second that.
Before we vote on that, I just wanted to emphasize what Mr. Miller indicated, which is there is a contingency, and it's not like this is cost overrun. I think that the public should be aware of that. Yeah, maybe you could state that better, and I'm trying to.
Yeah,
That's very important.
That is correct. Yes, there was a council authorized authorized contingency for construction of this project. And that's exactly what this type of additional cost is exactly what that contingency is for.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving forward to 12.3, contracts with SCE for project FM 0048 homeless shelter. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Now that we are successfully constructing the homeless shelter, we need to provide it with electricity so that it can function as designed. So this item is for awarding or getting council's approval to sign contracts with Southern California Edison to install electrical service and streetlights for the homeless shelter project. There's currently no existing electrical panel in that vicinity to serve the homeless shelter facility. So we have to coordinate with Edison to install the necessary service point. There's also the need to put streetlights in since this was an undeveloped frontage. There weren't existing streetlights. So for site security and for just improvement of the city streets, we need to get the streetlights installed. In addition to the proposed Edison contract service point, a second contract, I'm sorry, it's two separate contracts. I should have clarified that. The first contract is for the electrical service point. The second contract is related to the streetlights. So one other caveat is that this electrical service point could potentially serve additional development in the vicinity should it occur. Additional development on the county, the south side of the road, or for that matter, on the county-owned property. If it required to pull service from that service point, we would get a rebate from Edison. They would be required to pay a fee towards using that service point, which then would be refunded to the city. I don't anticipate that that will happen. I don't see additional development really occurring in that area that would utilize this service point, but that is potentially there. So staff's recommendation is that council authorize the city manager to sign these two contracts with Southern California Edison.
Okay. Thank you for staff. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I'll go to public comment. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak on the item of contracts with SCE for project FM 0048 homeless shelter? No one in chambers. Madam Clerk, do everyone on the phone? All right. With no public comment, again, I'll look to council if you have any key questions.
I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to sign contracts with Edison, Southern California Edison, to install electrical service and streetlights as per the presentation from Mr. Miller.
I'll second the motion.
Should,
Yeah, but I had a question too.
We have a motion and a second and a question.
Discussion, Mr. Segala.
Yeah, so Michael, would the streetlights just be on the frontage or would they go all the way up to K Street? I mean, because I know there's a need in general for some
Correct.
streetlights there, but would it just be in front of the development or could they extend out?
There are existing streetlights across the developed portion of the county facilities.
Okay,
So these would specifically be just across the frontage of the homeless shelter.
because I don't think there's one in adjacent to the boxing. I mean, going back towards O Street.
Correct. So it'll basically be both the west end of the homeless shelter site and the east end of the shelter site. So it'll spill over and serve
Okay.
both adjacent properties as well.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and second to sign contracts with Southern California Edison to install electrical service and contract for street lights. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving forward to 12.4, infrastructure improvement agreement with Faria Family 2 Limited Partnership and the International Agri Center. Mr. Mondell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very simple administrative item. Council, as you're aware, there have been several documents executed between the parties related to this project. It was brought to our attention by both of the other parties, the Agri Center and the Freya Family Partnership, that they wanted to make it clear that if they donate the right of way and the city ultimately does not move forward with the project, that the city would dedicate that or provide that right of way back to them, which obviously is our practice and always understood. But because it was not in writing, they asked for that to be clarified. That is primarily what you're doing this evening. The document does include some language about them being involved in the process of receiving bids and reviewing those, et cetera. They wanted that information in there because, again, they're committing up to $2.5 million of their own money, and they wanted to ensure complete transparency in the process. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Mondell. I'll go to public comment. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to make public comment on infrastructure improvement agreement with Freya Family 2 Limited Partnership and the International Agri Center? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? Seeing no public comment, I'll go to council if council has key questions.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note, I did talk to the city manager and the city attorney about particular language in the agreement, in particular, section 1.2 that talked about the two entities being involved in the bidding process and recommending potential bidders and being involved in that. And so, I just brought it up that in my time on council and working in local government, that it really isn't always the case in terms of having developers or property owners involved in a bidding process. And obviously was assured by the city manager that there was language in there. But I just brought it up as a concern because, like I said, I don't know if it would prohibit a future developer from wanting to say, hey, I want to be involved in who you select as the person who builds out this project. And so that was my concern that I had never really seen that kind of involvement, but I'm assured that that's something that can happen in this particular agreement.
Any other comments? Councilman Segala as well. I had that discussion with the city manager on that process as well. And that my understanding is the parties involved would be in the post review, but they would not be in the decision making or the vetting. Therefore, the city manager had said through that process too, is that they would not be involved in the collusion part of creating what that, there wouldn't be any element of that, and that the final decision would strictly come to us and that no other parties would have that or distract from that decision process. It's strictly up to council.
And just to clarify, when this issue has come up at board meetings, because I'm an ex officio member of the board, the discussion among board members was not a decision-making discussion. It was purely a transparency issue. The comments made by board members was, how does this process work? When those bids come, will we be aware of it? From a transparency standpoint, they were advised they would be. It would be in the agreement. But they were also advised that not only by myself, but Lynn Dredge, who is a consultant to the Freya family and also a consultant to the board, indicated to them that based on his experience and what takes place, he was a former city manager, as everybody knows, that this is common practice. The low bid of a qualified bidder would be accepted, and but for transparency purposes, they would be advised of who that was and under the circumstances, how that would be handled. And this is, as everybody knows, this is a unique agreement because this contribution by a private party is being done up front as opposed to the tail end. And it's certainly reasonable under the circumstances, in my opinion.
Okay. Council, any other comments? Does council wish to make action on this item?
I'll make a motion to adopt the recommendation of staff to approve the proposed infrastructure improvement agreement between the city of Tulare, the Freya family, and the International Agri Center Inc. and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving forward to 12.5, Economic Development Quarterly and September Updates. Jennifer Gomez,
Thank
our
you.
exciting economic development update. Woohoo!
Great, yes. Included in the agenda packet is my monthly economic development bulletin that covered activities for the month of September. That, as every month, covers the building permits, any new business licenses that were issued, kind of an update and status on various projects that are active within the community, and then all of the site plan applications that we received and reviewed in that month as well. But what I was going to present tonight is the quarterly update for you that covered the months of July, August, and September. And so the first thing I wanted to just kind of touch on are our current economic conditions. And one of the things that I really wanted to point out is that it's all about growth and stability for us right now. I wanted to touch on our workforce. Wanted to let you know that Tulare is in the top 10 fastest growing cities in California with a population that's over 30,000. And so our current population is roughly 73,000 people. One of the things that's very key to our workforce are our age groups that are going to be key and are essential to any long-term economic sustainability. We have a large population that is still under the age of 19. So it's going to be great as they age and join the labor workforce for us. And of course, we have several individuals that are in the age group of 20 to 54. So we have a great future ahead of us with all of these young individuals in our community. Also, I wanted to point out our current housing status. I wanted to point out that our median housing price in Tulare is actually 62% lower than the median of California. So our housing here is roughly, $330,000, while throughout California, it's almost 900,000. So great affordable housing here in Tulare. Recently, the Ag Commissioner released their 2024 crop and livestock report. I wanted to point this out as well to show how the economy is growing. Our gross ag production in the county is now $8.3 billion. So that has been an increase from the previous year. And our dairy production is more than $2 billion. So our ag industry is doing quite well. And so then I wanted to touch on any new development and investment highlights that we're doing. The big news that has been repeated multiple times tonight, but, and I know these weren't technically in the last quarter, all of this is happening this month, but I did want to highlight, that the new McDonald's that opened at Mooney and Prosperity, State Food Supermarket at the corner of Tulare and J Street. I believe they are doing a soft opening tomorrow. And then, of course, the groundbreaking of Save Mart at Mooney and Bardsley. So a lot of new development occurring right now. And of course, for the city's investment is our new Downtown Taste program that we launched recently. This is our Tulare assistance for small town eateries focused in the downtown area. We are approving loans that are forgivable loans and also some reimbursable grants from a funding of $1 million that the council had approved previously. And so we've already received a handful of applications that the committee has been reviewing and making recommendations to the city manager for approval. And so we're looking forward to more applications coming in. And so there are still opportunities for people to apply and take advantage of this new program.
Jennifer,
Yes,
where's this bakery located at?
sorry, what was that?
Where's this bakery located at? Is it here in town?
You know, this is an opportunity, you know, this is what our vision, right? You know, this is what we want to see down there, you know, some great bakeries. And I mean, I would love some more lunch opportunities downtown, you know, so any of that sounds good to me.
And before we move on to the next slide, I know we received a report from the city manager on the status, but is there any way at a future council meeting you could provide a public presentation on who got awarded and what they got awarded and all that stuff that you guys can provide for the public? Because I get asked questions about that, and obviously I try to refer them to you to apply and to learn more about it. But if there's an opportunity to make that public information, that'd be great.
And the next area I wanted to highlight are any new proposed developments. And again, these are just proposed, not necessarily approved. And again, these are projects, you know, throughout our community. There's an area that's wanting to get annexed and for more residential development, more multifamily housing, more industrial development, single-family residential, commercial development. So we're getting a smattering of everything. So people are definitely interested in Tulare and looking to do some new development here. So this is great. And so hopefully these applicants will be able to come back in and with their final plans for staff to review and approve so they can move forward. And to kind of give an update on our own initiatives and goals that we have been pursuing. We had completed the 2024 annual report, and so that is available and for distribution, if anyone's interested in it. It's also available on our website. The viewpoint promos that had been worked on over the last several months is essentially completed. We're putting some of it on our website, but the big release on public television will happen sometime in November. So we'll provide more information as those dates become known. And I already gave you an update on our downtown P-bid process and how that's moving forward. Tonight, you awarded a contract for our economic development strategic plan. So that's moving forward now.
Jennifer, I know we voted on the consent calendar for that contract, but can you elaborate a little bit about the economic development consultant we hired this evening and how that will kind of, work with with other development plans that have been done, particularly the one we did on the west side and others, the downtown. So if someone can just, how they're all going to tie in.
Yeah. So I think at a very high level, I'll describe it this way. So, 4 years ago, we sort of outlined a series of projects we were going to pursue, let's say the big five, which are coming to a close here. That was sort of the first wave of initiatives based on a project approach. We are now starting over these next few months here, outlining the next series of projects that we're recommending that we pursue. Really, I think for the economic development strategy, one of the things they're going to be working on is sort of the third wave of projects. And it's really not just projects, it'll be initiatives and strategies. So they'll pull demographic data, they'll look at things like what industry set, like if you just took the agricultural industry, for example, and you looked at it from a NAICS codes perspective, you'll be able to identify what of all the agricultural type businesses we have in our community existing and which ones are missing. So in other words, what industry sectors could we be pursuing that would work really well with given our current economy? That's one approach. You can also look at it from sort of a, what's the right term I'm looking for? You could look at it from the perspective of what industry sectors do we have currently and what are the supply chain industries that they need? And can we attract some of those supply companies to come here to be able to bolster our energy? For example, when I was in Florida, we had a ambulance, not an ambulance, we had a emergency apparatus manufacturer that purchased goods from a lot of different companies all over the country. We work to try to recruit them so that they can reduce their costs and improve their productivity and their efficiency, sort of like a supply chain type operations. So they're going to come up with the next series of initiative and strategies for the things we could pursue. Like for example, you can look at our retail industry. What retailers are we missing? I can tell you right now, for example, we don't have a lot of home goods suppliers, right? Household goods that we have people leaving our community, and we have sales tax dollars leaving and going to Visalia because that's where those stores are. Well, what if we attract those stores here and we retain those sales tax locally? So it's going to be a lot of those strategies that are part of the economic development plan. And in the process of them looking at it, they'll look at all the different strategies we've already adopted and try to help make sure those things dovetail well together.
And so other projects we've been working on along with the city manager, of course, is the wayfinding and gateway signage, and the consultants finalizing concepts, and that will be coming to you soon for your review. I'm issuing an RFP for a downtown public market that'll get posted tomorrow. And we continue to work on various marketing materials. We do have the Center of Agricultural Innovation completed, and that's printed and is available for us to mail out, but to try and attract that industry to come here, as Mark already kind of commented on. We have more of a general marketing brochure that's about Tulare being a great place to live, work, and invest. And so that's going through some final edits right now. And then a brochure specifically about downtown, and that's in a draft right now. And then we will also be doing a brochure on the warehousing and distribution centers. And Gladys and I are continuing to work on our own page on the city website to continue to add more information on there and kind of dress it up a little bit and make it a little more exciting for people to look at and to get information from us.
So one thing I want to mention to council is sometimes when we issue an RFP, it might be that we have a specific site in mind for a project. Sometimes when we issue an RFP, we might have an idea or multiple sites in mind, and we're trying to see if there's developer interest. So like when we talk about the public market project, in that RFP, we have, and I've sent copies of that to council a couple times now for you to review. We have a couple of potential sites in mind, but what we're really more interested in is the concept of the project. It could be a site-built, stick-built project. It could we could buy an existing building and renovate a building and put it in it. It could take a lot of different forms. It's the idea of the market as a driver for people, an attractor for people to come down, that we're more interested in than saying it has to be on this specific site. It's not like the entertainment district where you have to have 100 acres. It could take a lot of different shapes and sizes. And we're really looking for an expert to come and say, based on our community, this is sort of what the right size and how this thing might function. We may not get any proposals, but we've been talking to some firms. We've targeted existing public markets around the country, or around the state primarily, to see if they'd be interested in bringing their expertise and experience from other places to our community. It was a project listed in the downtown master plan. Most of the things we're doing are things that were somehow tied into an adopted master plan already. So I just want you to have that sense. We're going to bring you some more things before the end of the year, projects where we might show it on a specific site, but I'd like council to keep flexibility of mind in some of these projects, that we might want to morph them and move them around somewhere else because they're not as necessarily site dependent as other projects we might bring.
So Mr. Mayor, one of the things that I'm not sure where this would fit, but I do know that the material on the agricultural innovation, I have a copy of that. I've seen it. It's great material. I know Mr. Madero's in the past has described K Street as a very important street to agriculture, where there's been a lot of companies who brought innovation. We host the Ag Show Center. And I know this has been brought up in the past about maybe Tulare serving as a point, as the city manager described, not necessarily in one location, but along a corridor where we would be like a biotech, agricultural biotech research hub or area. For example, part of our plans is to relocate our corp yard in the future. Once that's relocated, that's a big spot where maybe an agricultural campus, research campus could be built. So I'm not sure if there's that kind of thought that we can incorporate now, maybe down the road. That could be a possibility, because I think Tulare would be a great place for, we have Davis, UC Davis research. And so I think this would be a great kind of corridor for that biotech research that we can look at as Tulare being the home of that.
We'll have that conversation.
Good, good, good.
Okay.
Jennifer, thank you for the report. Or do you have
Okay,
more? You
One
have
more,
more to
one
go?
more slide, one more
All
slide,
right,
sorry. We're really busy. As you're quite aware, we've done, worked with consultants on various feasibility and market studies. And so in this last quarter, we presented the West Side study to you. Tonight you had the entertainment district. And then coming next month will be the studies on the interchanges for Cart Mill and the International Agri Center Way. And that is everything now.
Not everything. Real quick, because I want to get out of here like everybody else does. But the old advanced building across from Lenders now has a sign in front of it. I've gotten a call wanting to know what the Oasis is. You're familiar with that? And of course, those of us that have been here long enough know that I'm looking at Mr. Harold, not the. Remember the Oasis restaurant that was part of the advanced building? I can't remember her name, made great pies, right? Dale Cleeksmall. Okay. Dale Cleeksmall made great pies, and they've obviously taken history, and that area is going to be named after the Oasis.
That's correct.
Mr. Herrera, as I understand.
Yes, yeah, that was inspired.
So that being said.
Yeah, maybe just one more, because social media just goes. Is there any formal information we know about the R&N market? Because it's our panel of experts out there are convinced that, a new construction's happening at R&N. Do we know anything about transactions or permits pulled?
Our building department's been notified that they are working on improvements to reopen, but that's all they would say at the moment. The current owners have mentioned that information.
So permits have been pulled though?
Permits have not been pulled.
Oh, not been pulled.
Not yet, but they're intending to in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Orr, good evening.
Just like to invite council this Friday, October 24th at K9 Bain. We're having our Tricks and Treats dog event. That's going to be from 9 to 10:30. And then Thursday, October 30th at Zumwalt, we're having our fall festival, which is followed by a movie in the park, Nightmare Before Halloween. So we're expecting a good turnout for that. Thank you.
Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah.
Just a quick update, Streets is doing a small project at Page and Blackstone to fix some of the roadway that's in bad condition. So we do have a detour route set up. We are hoping to get it done tomorrow. We posted it that it would be 3 days, but we're really trying to get it done tomorrow so we can get it opened back up. We are planning a second project to do southbound Page kind of in front of Pilot. So we'll keep you posted when that's going to happen. And then we are also going to do southbound K Street, just north of Page. We did northbound. We need to do southbound. So we've got a few projects in the works, some really good ones, streets that need improvement.
Nothing additional. Thanks for coming to the homeless shelter walkthrough.
Nothing to report. Charles and I will be at the dog park event on Friday. He is going as a dinosaur. So.
Yes, welcome.
Nothing to report.
I have another presentation. No, nothing else.
Nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
I will also be at the Friday event, and you could probably guess what my dog will look like.
Well, will you have crutches?
Don't influence the judges. Nothing to report.
Anything from council? Mr. Mondell, you have the last word.
Nothing to report.
All right. All right, with that, Tulare City Council meeting is adjourned.